Hello everyone and welcome back to the second week of the Oceanic Resurrection Tournament. My name is Viella and it is an absolute honour to host this evening and welcome you all back to TOR. Tonight's casting the game, I'm going to be joined by Hello833 and the man with endless references, Blue Panda. Welcome in, gentlemen.
Hello.
I don't know what you're referring to by that.
Oh, we're back. We're back. I'm very excited for TOR. I'm very excited.
I'm so excited, especially with it is now the second week as well. After the first week, it was just amazing games back to back. Aside from the few hiccups with having that bye and the hour break in between, but it was still amazing games to watch. What do you guys say?
Oh, they were really good. I think my favorite game, the Rich Dynasty game, without a single doubt in my mind. That game was one of my favorites.
All the time.
I mean, look, again, getting to dive back into Grassroots League of Legends, because I mean, that's where I really started as a commentator, you know, nearly 10 years ago with the Oceanic community branch off the North American community. Those games are always the most fun, so it's great seeing Oceania back at it again. Yeah,
it's so exciting to have like another tournament, because last year's one was completely on community-based as well. Careful not to say that word in front of Hello, but again, community-based as well, and it's good to see that we are back again with so much more talent as well, so many different people from all around the country, and it's so exciting to see us. And honestly, I can't wait to see all the games tonight as well. Really looking forward to whether or not Shyvana is going to be played as well, but let's have a look at the group standings. So as you guys can see in Group A, we've got Coach Woodon and Maples taking the lead with both their wins. Group B, Rich Dynasty and the Melbourne University Esports, followed by Group C, Cabba Sombrero and Forever Blessed, and Group D, Rush Hour 4 with UNSW How. Just a quick reminder, guys, TOR is a 16-tier fearless tournament, so this is the second week, with the group stage consisting of 4 groups and 4 teams within each of all of them being best of ones. The top 2 of each group will then advance into an 18 double elimination playoffs. These playoffs will then transition into a best of 3s, and then finally we'll be ending in huge best of 5 games. For tonight's games, let's have a look at what we actually have prepared for tonight, with a bunch of teams playing it off for the next win of the second week. So starting off, we've got Capybara and Maplers. Hello, you said earlier that you were looking forward to the Capybara, so they're coming up first. So that's really exciting to see.
Listen, I'm going to just tell you right now, this is just like last tour, they've had their designated, their planned loss. They've already had their loss. And now it's just wins from here, wins on out. That second game, Rich Dynasty versus Fedlings. I am so, I really am.
Yeah, you were yapping a bit in the green room earlier, so I'm good. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. The last 2 games of the night is going to be Cabba Sombrero and my ever so favorite tongue twister, High Heel Steel Toe Boots, Rush Hour 4, and UNSW How. Bunch of games we don't want to miss, guys, and of course Blue Panda, I'm really looking forward to all the different types of references. I heard you referencing Harry Potter, RuneScape, like I don't know how many pop culture references you have at your disposal, but I'm going to be listing out and I'll try to come together with like some sort of bingo card to be able to check things off later on in the night. But you know what?
You are laying down a big challenge there, because I've got a wealth of references that I can make. Some that people will get and some that won't. I'm a bit old.
I mean, it is the internet. It was sparing between like 16 years and older, guys. You can't be on the internet at that age or anything younger than that. We don't want to be breaking any rules here. But of course, references are going to be like spanning across all different ages. And I'm pretty sure between the 3 of us, we're all in different time zones, different years, different dynasties to say the least. I can say that because I am quite a Chinese.
But the one thing that combines us all, it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. We all love League and we love OS. That's what we're here for.
We do love OS.
I would like to take this opportunity to apologise for my co-talent and not capitalising on the use of Dynasty to incorporate the likes of Rich Dynasty. Is it wealthy? Is it a Rich Dynasty? Or I think it's poor. We've played that pretty poorly, in fact.
We can't be saying any sort of talent bias, because we all know how that works out, guys. Cast a curse, and I feel like hosting curse is definitely going to be a thing. So we can't be like doing any sort of references to any specific team here, because it's just going to be a problem for us. All right, let's get right into the first match, guys. Let's have a look at what we have today. All right, Hello, talk us through why you're so excited about this particular team of Capybara.
Okay, well, I mean, without it doesn't need to be said that this was the original tour winners, but I mean, just take a look at this lineup here. You've got Willy Wonka top. I mean, he is the bastion of top lane. He is the pillar of top OS. I mean, these picks that he has, we're talking the Irelia, we're talking the Fiora, we're talking the Ambessa. I could list off every single top laner because he can play them all. But without further ado, take a look at the jungle matchup. The Super Asian, the best jungler in OS. Let me tell you right now, there's no bias in this casting. I cannot wait to see what AD Bruiser, my boy, puts out. I'm hoping for a J4. I'm secretly hoping for a Wukong. And then you've got Halo in the mid lane. You got this Ryze. You've got his Azir. We're going to need to ban those out. Daisy Kenbo also very strong. Panda, what do you think about Maplers here?
I mean, I'm looking down to the bot lane in particular, Imogen and Sully. I mean, coming into it, they've got a wealth of experience to bring into a competition like this. They have, for the longest time, been involved in competitive League of Legends, so I think they're probably going to have a little bit of an edge there. But again, you're coming into a new environment. It's best of ones as well. And if there is any environment that is the most prevalent for upsets, it's best of ones.
I'm so looking forward to this game and the champions. Hopefully Shyvana does end up being played because with so many different builds as well. Hoping to see that one being picked or banned, but you guys know how it works when it's a new champion rework. But I will hand it over to you guys, the professionals, to take us through the first game of the night. And good luck to you guys. See you guys on the flip side.
Yella. I'm so excited, Panda. I really am. What are you looking for today? What are you looking for today? What do you got eyes on?
Look, again, you're coming into environment, best of ones. I'm looking to those pocket picks, those champions that are going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the work because you are just that much more comfortable on it. It doesn't matter if it's not the most favorable matchup. If it's one that you've played 1,000 times, you know the ins and outs of that matchup, regardless of the champion that it's played into. Those are the champions that can really shine. Not to say we're not going to see the standards. I mean, unfortunately, being a meta slave is the most productive way to play the game at the moment. There are champions that are just clearly away and far better than what we are seeing, especially in the grassroots. And Bessa being one of them who has, since her release, been such a dominant force on the field.
Yeah, and we honestly haven't seen that much because it has just copped this target on its head of bans. I really don't think it's going to get, considering last tour it had one of the highest play rates, I don't think it's going to have it on this tour because it cops so many bans. And take a look, we've started with the Kha'Zix ban. We did see, if you remember, last time we had Ewin on that Kha'Zix. Ewin not on the team, but maybe Hand's taking a bit of inspiration here.
Look, if Mogwin's playing it, we know that is a champion worth banning away. Since as well. So, I mean, if you're looking at it, 3 jungle bans, technically, obviously, Ambessa can flex up in that top lane, but there is clearly a lot of priority in terms of that jungle role and how much they can impact the ref moment, which, again, the 2 most impactful roles, support and jungler in the current state of the game.
Yep. And, one thing as well, the Super Asian is very strong on these AD picks. And I think we're going to be getting one more ban out from the Maplers because if we can push him into something that he's not too comfortable with. We saw the same thing with Halo where they, in the first Capybara game, there was a bit of a greed on not banning out his Ryze. And we saw him perform so well. I believe it was he ended that game. While it was a loss, he performed so well. I think it was about a 14-2. And so we're really gonna. I think we're gonna see a bit of confidence change as we get the Aatrox ban for Chupa Chups here, helping Willy Wonka out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Again, we're seeing Aatrox played in the jungle just a little bit, so
yes,
you could argue 4 out of 5 so far jungle bans, with obviously both Ambessa and Aatrox being capable of flexing. Orianna, though, just ridiculously strong as a mid laner, has always been such a well-rounded champion as well. With so many different ball delivery tools, especially up in the draft, you kind of don't want to deal with that for Halo. And then Varus, the stat stick bot laner himself. I mean, there are a few bot lane ADCs that can hold their own in a 1v1 at most stages of the game.
Yeah, and we saw a couple in that sort of first week. We saw a couple really classic matchups. We saw the Rumble J4, that combo, and we also did get a hint at the Nocturne Orianna. And looks like we just do not want to allow that by banning out that Orianna. And there's the Super Asians Wukong right on cue.
Ooh, Wukong, and they pair it with the Lulu. You'd imagine for Kenvo, obviously I'm remembering back in the day, Oceania, hashtag at MSI, I think it was, we had the Lulu top lane that lasted for all of 5 minutes before it was pretty much just irrelevant. But yeah, I mean, you look at it, Unara coming through for Imogen in the bot lane, it has sort of ebbed and flowed as a bot laner, if I'm being perfectly honest. Came in on release, was crazy strong, crazy dominant because of the pairings it had. And then they just tweaked her a little. Oh, okay, never mind. It doesn't matter if Unara is just a little bit less strong than she was. OCS has got Ryze, so this game's over.
Yeah, I mean, that's not just taking Rise for yourself, a very strong pick. You're stealing the candy right out of Baby Halo's mouth. I mean, his Rise is such a classic pick. Gone with the win now. His Azir is open. But if you're looking at this comp already, Azir doesn't work too well with the Wukong. It pairs okay with the Lulu, but I feel like with the Wukong, it's not an amazing pick. So he's forced into a position where he's going to have to pick up an Anivia.
I mean, synergistically, I think it still works really, really well. Cyclone and that, wild growth just enabling the Anivia to get out as much damage as possible. Malphite being taken away from Hunt. Yeah, again, you look at it, champions like this Anivia are susceptible to the likes of Malphite when it comes to ganking. Your jungler's already been shown. You're quite happy to take that away. Zeri.
A Zeri ban?
Yeah, I mean, Zeri Lulu are pretty common pairing, so it does make sense.
Yeah.
But I think already looking at the draft with a Ryze and a Nautilus and a Yunara, I think Zeri's probably... It's an uncomfortable game, I think, to say the least.
Yeah, I just don't see a Zeri being picked here when you have so much sort of CC on the sides of the Maplers. I'm hoping to see, as we get the J4 ban, seemingly this jungle pick, I'm hoping that we get a bit of a... Oh, and we're finishing it off with a Jinx ban. We're really going to keep Daisy in the mud here. A lot of options still available to this to the side of Capybara here. I'd personally love to see a Kai'Sa here. What do you think about that pick?
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. You've definitely got the setup. Xayah.
Oh, Xayah.
Wow. Somewhat feels like limiting himself a little bit. Obviously, you'd prefer the Xayah Rakan, but Xayah really works reasonably. I think it's just the short range. You suffer a little bit. You can be punished in lane, depending on what jungler they look to pick up here for Han. And this has to be Jax in the top lane.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if it was
without
Jax
a
in
doubt.
the jungle. But, I mean, a solid top laner performs incredibly well, even at most stages of the game. Viego jungle.
Finishing it with the Vs.
Yeah, okay. This could be a little bit of a rough game for Daisy.
Yeah, I've got to say, Team Capybara's comp here, we're going to need a really good rounder out because it's slightly split. I love Xayah. I love the defensive tools of Xayah. I love how sort of self-sufficient it is as we finish up with Willy Wonka's Renekton. That's a good round out of the comp. We have a nice mid-game. We have a really strong mid-game, actually. That's going to be our look here. But both comps very strong here. Do you have one in particular that you've favored?
Personally, I'm leaning the way of the Maplers just because of what most SA has available to him. Yeah, look, he is permanently going to be shoved. It's an Anivia. Once you hit level 6, it's kind of easy to shove a lane, but they're just going to have that ability to rotate that much more freely with the Realm Warp. Yunara does scale up into an absolute beast. Jax and Viego and a Nautilus all targeting down the Xayah. I think it's going to be a pretty uncomfortable game, Hello, but we're on the rift. It's time to get it underway. TOR, week 2.
Holy, we are back. It's going to be such a good game. I want to take a quick look at the summoner spells. We've gone for a slightly greedier build in the bot lane here as we have this small scuffle in mid. Take a look. We've got Yunara with the Ghost Flash, no barrier. And then you have this Nautilus Flash Ignite. So we've got a very defensive bot lane on the side of Capybara here with the barrier flash on Xayah and the heal flash with Lulu compared to the very aggressive. I think that could really pay off in the early game. I really want to see those summoners used effectively, and we could get a really big lead on the side of Maplers if that is the case.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Imogen and Sully are going to be looking to run down Daisy and Kenvo. You haven't got the most kill threat onto Yunara Nautilus lane with the Lulu Xayah, so you don't really need to run that barrier all that empirically. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Around the rift, there's nothing too crazy going on.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be... We won't be seeing a huge amount of action, I feel. This Renekton Jax lane can be quite a contentious one early. There are a couple points while, the classic Renekton bullies, there's a bit of a skill a skill check in the regards to that Renekton slice and dice damage output compared to the Jaxi. And I would like to see something, and you know what, if anyone's going to be doing something, it's going to be Willy doing something a little bit early. That's the case. What do you think about this mid matchup? I mean, Ryze and Nivea, it's a pretty nothing, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic counter pick of the Anivia into the Ryze, who, Anivia does punish these short-range mid laners pretty well, and it's exactly the idea behind it. But the real question, like you said, Willy Wonka up in that top lane on this Renekton, is he really playing a crocodile, or is it just a shark waiting for that opportunity to strike, waiting to just snap those teeth closed from below?
Oh, yeah. Certainly one with his fin in the water. I've got to ask, I really do got to ask here, are we going to get a more, and something that I have seen the Super Asian build, he builds this more lethality style Wukong. Now, I don't know if that's sort of more his on stream type thing and solo queue. Do you think we could be seeing something, a more damaging style Wukong instead of the classic bruiser?
I mean, potentially. It's not a draft that really lacks for damage, if we're being honest, but who knows? Maybe he's a bit of a scholar, a bit of a wizard, cooking up something academic to try and throw things out. That extra bit of damage can close these fights out that little bit quicker. I don't think you need to invest as heavily into that HP. And, oh, it's time. It's that classic fight over the Scuttle Crab that could make or break a game to Super Asian. He's wailing away on this Viego. Stun comes out. The Drench line's off the money. Courtesy of the clone is the Super Asian looking to run it down. He's going to get first blood taken out in the trade. But unfortunately, the Maplers may have bitten off more than they could chew. And you can see the Maplers crumbling. A fallen tower of Legos scattered on the ground. Do they do any damage back? They will. They should get the fadeaway. But oh, what a stun on the Mosessa. They don't follow it up.
Wow, and it was a bit of greed from the side of Han here, who just didn't have the entire sort of the bottom river visioned up. And I mean, the strength of Wukong early, he gained so many stacks quicker than Han on that Conqueror, and you could see the healing and the damage output just slightly overbearing on that Viego. And even though I've got to say, first movement from the side of Mapler's bot lane. Brilliant use of the clone from the Super Asian, completely removing any chance of that Nautilus stopping that first blood. And with that, Scuttle going over, it's going to be way better for the side of Team Capybara, who's also going to clean up that second Scuttle. A very nice lead for the Super Asian here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Han loses the game of Scuttle Crab Chicken in the topside river. Bitten first time, absolutely hounded out by Willy Wonka and Super Asian on the top side. So far, the value is very much there for this Wukong. It is going to be the stock standard start from the looks of things. I mean, we're not seeing any massive leads around the rift. Obviously, this Anivia just a little bit slower in terms of clearing those waves at this stage. It does take a little bit to build up this Anivia to the point where you're just clearing a wave with it. Drop the ult, drop that Q as well, and it just clears the whole thing.
Yeah, gonna need a couple items on that. We've seen this Rise. I mean, he's going a very mana-heavy build. He's got the Doran's Ring, he's got the Tear, and he's got the Sapphire Gem. So in comparison, with that blue buff as well, Mosaic can just sort of hard push every single wave and leave this Anivia on the back foot. I do just want to give a real quick shout out. Thank you so much to UNSW Esports for the raid. OS supporting OS. You love to see it. We have UNSW Hal, I believe, performing today. It's going to be a good game. I think I think that's the fourth and final game. So stick around till then.
Yeah, nothing quite like that collegiate esports support, especially in a region like Oceania, who needs every little bit of support it can get at this point. Right now, Imogen, he may have bitten off far more than he can chew. And Daisy looking like a bit of a slayer here. Looking to run down the Unara. Barrier not needed. Wouldn't have changed anything. No summoners beyond that. Han trying to come in to help his support out here, but you can see that Blade Caller gets the root off, and there is nothing this Viego can do but flee as the feathers rain down around this Mapler's bot lane.
Wow, just a very overconfident step from Emision there, pushing up under tower. While that Nautilus was clearing the tri-bush, you take so much damage that it leads to an entire solo kill. And even if you didn't step up there, the movement from the Super Asian, he was already there for the gank. There was a counter gank available. We can see Viego on his Krugs there, but just too much damage. You're disrespecting that Xayah root pullback. I mean, her damage is high early. You can't disrespect that at the Realm Warp.
Oh, they're looking to make something happen here as the Polymorph does come through. Capybara's trying to swoop in, get Dragon number one. They will do so successfully. And yeah, I mean, that was just greed. Imogen dies purely to greed. It wasn't even necessarily just straight disrespect. He wanted to get that plate damage onto the tower, steps way too close, well within range of Xayah and Lulu to punish.
Yeah, I just disagree that I think I really do love that Ghost flash, but that is example of the overconfidence shown from this bot lane, where maybe you think you got the stakes, but you have to consider every member of this team. Daisy Kenbo is a terrifying force to be reckoned with, and you can't give them an inch because they will take a mile.
Zero hesitation, pulling that trigger down in the bot lane. Gumiyushi, aka Chubba Chup's on this Jack. He's having an all right time for himself. He has slipped behind. He was doing rather well to start things off into Willy Wonka, but that guy is just such a staple in this top lane. He's right at the ship, and in fact, is now causing, unfortunately, Chubba Chup still is slightly to the left.
Yeah, I mean, a very nice little CS lead here, which is so expected from Willy, honestly. We've got, even though they're pretty much identical items, they're both going that phase. I think we're just going to keep seeing this sort of CS lead expand and this Renekton become quite a threat. Honestly, I think at this point, you can't have, Chubba Chups can't really push up to that wave because you're just going to eat that full combo. The Dominus is available. and it is just going to be a back and forth constantly. And speaking of little leads, this Wukong also has a very nice little gold lead here, and he is going to be, there's going to be a couple skirmishes. He's going to be the real one to look out for. Once we get this Cyclone online, we've already seen such good dodges using his clone to dodge key abilities. I think we're going to be really seeing a great performance from the Super Asian here.
Yeah, and Chubba Chups is just getting bullied at this point. The Scimitar of Shurima really putting in the hard yards, and he's called in support. The Capybara is looking to make sure that this is a nice, easy pick onto the Jacks. As you can see, Halo coming in support. Where does the wall go? The Glacial Storm goes down. But look at it, Chubba Chups trying to duck, dive, and dodge away. He can't. It's an easy kill there, picked up by Willy Wonka. All the while, the Super Asian collects the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful dive. Very little to be said when something is so clinical there. I mean, that was just a beautiful juggling of tower aggro. We give it to the Anivia. The Renekton cleans up the damage. Use the wall to ensure there's no escape. And at the same time, you've got so much top prio. You give the grubs. And just something not great to see, I'm sure, on the side of the Maplers is, yes, we can clean up a blue buff. Yes, we can clean up a grump. But we're not really getting anything else. We can't even look for a dive on these bot laners.
Yeah, I mean, you got to capitalize what you can in a situation like that where you are steadily slipping behind. Otherwise, you find yourself on the bus home. There's no fare to pay for it, unfortunately. You can see Imogen has an alright lead for himself, but the fact that they've given over 2 kills to Daisy early on is the last situation you want. Chubba Chups, just that counter-strike, trying to nullify some of the damage that is coming out from Willy Wonka. And once again, finds himself just hard shoved in. 37 CS down in this top lane matchup. Yeah, this dude, he's got his card. He's hearing the numbers, but none of those are lining up for him to get bingo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just classic Wonka for you. This really is. That 30 CS lead is a usual Saturday for him. You get a little congestion there. And, you know, speaking of that little, those couple kills they gave over to the Xayah, already on those Yuntao, that damage was visible in that little trade before. It's just gotten so much higher right now. And it's going to be so hard for this Yunara to play. And for someone who really needs to scale and keep a lead, get a lead and keep a lead, we're gonna need, and the thing is with this Xayah, I must say as well, is while she is considered quite a defensive pick, if she does get this lead early, she doesn't just become a defensive pick, she becomes an unstoppable pick because you have the full brute force of a high damage ADC with the unstoppableness of that Feather Storm, of that invulnerability. And I'm gonna need Han, I'm gonna need this Viego to look bot and consider shutting her down immediately, to be honest.
Well, unfortunately, it's feeling like there's just so much of the Rift on fire for the Maplers right now up in the top lane. I mean, you look at it, 75 to 115 in a second or so. Unfortunately, Chubba Chups has stepped up into lane. Willy Wonka's come along and said, give me your handbag. This is not your lane, buddy. I want to pay for some dinner and you're going to be the one forking out.
Yep, and it's gonna be a big feast for Willy, honestly, because just take a look. I mean, this has been the key of the game. He's just been trapped under tower. The Renekton can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and it doesn't look like there's no bailout coming. There really isn't a bailout coming from the Viego or even from a Ryze gank at this point. We're just leaving this Jax out to dry, and hopefully he can hold on for dear life.
Yeah, he's definitely in a bit of a pickle. I mean, you look at it, the gold lead is averaging more than 100 gold a minute. Going the way of Willy Wonka. That is how much it is extending out by. And we are dangerously close to a point in this game where Chubba Chups just cannot play. He is not going to be able to play into Willy Wonka because of how far behind he is.
Yeah, there's a doomsday clock of you can no longer be in the top lane as another dragon, and that's going to be a Cloud Drake going over to the side of Capybara, and we already are aware now it's going to be a demonic, demonic soul over to the side of Capybara if they can get these next 2 dragons. Their damage just got way higher if that's the case, and this is going to be...
The Assessor is way too pushed up right now. Luckily, he has that phase rush. Should be able to clear himself some distance. Just sprays arcane magics back towards his lane opponent. The Super Asian, they were thinking about it. They were considering an angle going in onto him, but I don't know if that's a fight you necessarily want to take at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Anivia still has that egg up as well, and with certain movement, you know, with the Super Asian hovering, there isn't really a fear factor for this Anivia. You know, Halo can play as aggressive as he wants, really, because he has that sort of extra insurance. Really slept on the Anivia egg ability. It's very powerful. It buys a lot of time, and combined with TP, makes you unkillable. Take a look.
Flash Frost does connect onto Mosesa. He hasn't really got anywhere to go. Does have someone who's up for the Super Asian looking in. Cyclone's just off the money. There goes Phase Rush procs and Mosesa gets clear. Now it's the Super Asian in trouble. They throw down the Glacial Storm and Sully has stepped a little too close. Becomes bitten. Wild Growth keeping the Super Asian into that tower. Looking to hit hard. Big kill. It's a 1v1 in the bot lane though as Daisy takes out Imogen. Kenvo unfortunately falls to Han also as the jungler for Mateless comes in clutch to answer back.
Wow, a beautiful, beautiful counter from Han there. That was amazing. The slight... Well, the ghost from Mosea just allowed the escape to Super Asian not having enough movement speed. And yes, they do catch out this Nautilus, but the counter from Emihan is insane. Look at this damage. Watch this damage. He takes 2 tower shots from the Super Asian, the flash, immediate flash Heartbreaker, allowing for this double kill. And just like that, Viego picking up those kills, those shutdowns. Maples are back in the game. Maples are back in the game.
Despite all that, the leads in bot and top have just ballooned out of control. 2.3k in the hands of Willy Wonka and another 1,500 going the way of Daisy, who did win that straight 1v1 bot lane mashup while all of that action was going on mid.
Yeah, I might have spoken a bit too soon. I love a close game. I didn't really pay attention. You know, it scared my brain for a second. I wasn't looking at this Renekton matchup. 2.5k gold ahead is frankly absurd. And we're not even yet. There was that solo in the bot lane, a 1k gold lead, and looks to be another little kill.
Han picks up 2 kills, by the way, and only finds himself 88 gold ahead of the Super Asian.
Crazy.
Oh, and he loses the smite fight. He's got to level up onto Super Asian, but with this Anivia babysitting, Han has got nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take every win you get, but 88 gold ahead isn't too crazy. We are looking for potentially a bot play here. Han pinging in, and the bush isn't warded. Off to the Krugs, though. Nothing here, nothing to look for. That Featherstorm only available, and the Wild Growth from the Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, a very dangerous situation to find yourself in if you are the Maplers and or their fans currently, and no more so than Chuppa Chups, who is feeling a lot like a sheep among lions. He is just food, and they are hungry.
Yeah, I mean, is a dive not just easily available? Look at this Realm Warp.
Oh, they're trying to make something. Daisy being targeted, but there you go. This one comes out. Feather call it. It lands onto 3, but it's too little too late. The bot lane duo of the Capybaras does fall, but in comes the Croc. Willy Wonka's here, looking for more with the assistance from Halo, and Chuppa Chups tries to get the fadeaway stun, but Willy's already found 2. They're looking for the full white. Glacial Storm down again. Flash Frost there. It's a 3rd kill going the way of Halo. They find Mosesa. It is a 4 for 2 currently. And Chuppa Chups now in the line of sight. This Capybara roster is looking to finish the hunt. Can they get the lollipop to boot? They've been good at the doctors, and they get the whole kit.
Wow, and it looked so good for Maplers there for a second. If we can get that fight over, you can see that Viego cleaning up both the Xayah and the Lulu as well there. Take a look, it's a really good counter. Even with that Featherstorm, it's still enough damage to clean up the Xayah. We capture the Lulu as well from Mosea, but then Willy is here, a 2.5k gold lead. It doesn't matter that Jax TP's in 2 because the Titan, the beast of the top lane is here. Halo as well, just to cause enough trouble to clean up a full ace. Not looking good for the side of Maplers.
An absolutely monstrous gold lead here at 16 minutes in. 5.3k. The vast majority of this held by the Giant Croc in the top lane. Hex flash into a dredge line off the money. And Sully's just going to have to sit there and take the Glacial Storm to the face.
Dragon is
They are
up.
looking for it. Han, he wants the smoke, but that's not the support you want to be hunting for. Oh dear, oh it's grim scene. Sully steps far too far forward. He survived a good long while. He does get the jet charge off, but it doesn't matter. Willy Wonka finds himself yet another Daisy on the cards for, I believe, his 4th kill so far. And Willy Wonka not done. Imogen left to the wolves. This poor harp seal being circled by orcas in that Arctic frigid water. And it's Han left to his devices. Mosesa corralled back to the mid lane.
Yeah, so much zoning there from the Anivia pick. We can really see the power of Halo on this pick here. Any attempts of entering They can't. They don't have... If we actually are looking at their comp, they only really have the power of a Nautilus face-checking bushes. That's the actual... all they have. And when you have an Anivia, you have that bush prio, you can't do anything. We saw a slight bit of just movement. It's so hard to move when there is a glacial storm, when there is the threat of the wall. You do just have that constantly in the back of your head. I'm going to get caught out, I'm going to get stunned, and I'm going to take a huge amount of damage for my troubles. That, you know, half that fight in that river was just that glacial storm putting out so much damage. We can look at it here, sitting in Solly, so many slows, so much damage, and see how it just sort of takes everyone out. It pushes them all, the two of the members, Emijon and the Viego down the river, Mosea to the left of side of the river, behind the Dragon Pit. It causes so much disruption that you just get such a sort of controlled team fight, and that is Anivia is the classic control mage. And look at that.
By the way, 5.6k of the 7.6k gold lead is Willy Wonka over Chupa Chups. 6-0-3, 210 CS to 0-3-0 and 125. This is Willy Wonka at work, and unfortunately, the chips in the bag are it's just purely Chupa Chups in the deep fryer right now. He is the potato in this matchup.
He really is. Ronald is a happy soul to have him aboard. I'll tell you this much as well. We're looking at his build. He's actually hasn't gone the classic sort of aggressive approach. He hasn't even looked for the Eclipse as they pick up the Rift Herald here. He's gone for a very sort of tanky approach, but the fact that he has such a gold lead, he is unkillable. Who is killing him? It's not that Yunara yet. You're going to need an IE on that Yunara. You're going to need a bit more damage, probably a second item minimum on that Viego before you can even think about just getting through the Sterak shield. And now we also have...
Solly's well deep, and you get, Willy Wonka's here, depth charge goes out just to try and clear distance, but you're at Nautilus, you're not going anywhere. Does catch the dredge line, but only onto the Super Asian, who used that Warrior Trickster to get in front of him. Glacial Storm as well onto Emion. All the while, they're going to drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane, looking to throw a nice hardy karate shot into this mid-tier 1, open that map even further, and Mosesa, he's in a world of danger right now. He's not going to be able to get away, or maybe he does. The Flash Frost connects, and then he flashes over the wall. In comes Willy Wonka. He's not boots, he's not a belt, he is the big bad croc in the Billabong.
So much damage. Like, I think that was maybe 4 tower shots that Willy Wonka just tanked there. Barely half health. Barely half health. And that's into their most fed member of Mosea here. Really looking rough for the Maplers. There's a couple bounties that we have to pick up to even have a chance at this game. And this game still has a possibility in it. I mean, the Viego moment is such a classic. Everyone understands, everyone knows the Viego moment. It's certainly doable. If he can get his hands on the Renekton, if he can get his hands on the Xayah, there is a chance you could swing this whole team fight. But obviously, Capybara is so aware of that. They're gonna be really angling out for him, and specifically Halo. We're going to be seeing walls, we're going to be seeing glacial storms, just keeping this Viego at bay. It's all about controlling these team fights for the side of Capybara.
Yeah, unfortunately, what you need is an intercontinental ballistic missile to take down this Renekton, but unfortunately all you're doing is throwing bar darts at him. So it is going to be very, very hard to chew through what is already some very, very tough Crocodile.
Panda, that's a Death Stance third as well. He is unkillable. He is unkillable. Oh, God. Not even level 16 yet. He's about to hit 16. Oh, dear.
He's nearly Crocodile. 3 levels clear of Chupa Chups, who's having a really rough run of it, if we're being perfectly honest. To his credit, he has done everything that he can to try and stay relevant in these team fights. He's playing for the team, knowing full well that these matchups not going his way. Baron started up. You can see the Maplers beelining towards it, and that Baron shred could be that spring in the step the Maplers need to try and bring this one back, but the wall goes out. Entry denied, and Emahan flashes to his death. Imogen much the same. Glacial Storm is there, but so is the Feather Storm. They try and keep that gap. Chupa Chup sacrificing himself to allow the team out, but zip zap. It is unfortunately the Capybara's shocking Maplers into defeat, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Halo picking up that Baron. Certainly rough. Once again, we just saw that Glacial Storm pushing away. That Yunara can't even enter.
What a flash! The Frost as well!
Look at this damage. Look at this damage from this
This poor rise in the mid lane that could have been the difference maker. And not often do you see an Anivia aggressively flash for a kill.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I think that might spell the end. Look at this.
Oh, Mosesa, no, buddy. You are already drowning in the storm that is this Capybara roster. And we just get to see the torrential rain again.
We wouldn't be getting a 25-minute game, would we, Panda, here? That's not, they can't end. Surely they can't, right? There's a level 17 Renekton staring at them right now. It's not the end. Tell me it's not.
I can tell you that. It might be lying if I'm being honest. They do look to engage on the Wonka, who does not have that dominance just yet. He's about 7 seconds away, and they get the vast majority of his HP. But with an Infernal Soul, with a Baron, and with, 6 minutes to kill before Elder, I don't know if we get that far.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be rough. It is certainly going to be rough. I mean, yeah, this Demonic Soul adding Infernal Soul just adding even more damage on the already nuclear bomb team that was Team Capybara. We have Halo not even finishing that rower yet. That rower is a minute away from being finished. It's just going to grant him a level. He's going to be 16. Look at the level leads in this game. We've already got such a crazy level lead in the top lane, but we're going to have a 2-level lead on Halo here. I mean, it's pretty wild. You can take a look. There's another level lead, a 2-level onto Super Asian as well. Capybara has so much XP on their side. Really hard for Maples here.
Unfortunately.
The final defense. It's their last chance.
This is that death knell, I think, unfortunately, for the Maplers. Willy Wonka jumps forward, just daring them to try and run at him, and there you go. Tilly looks to pull the trigger, and it is just going to be an absolute wash. Willy Wonka slicing and dicing through Chubba Chubs and Imogen down. It's 2 kills for the Super Asian. They're not going to look to chase into the fountain. They're just going to corral them all the while. Halo looks to end this game out 4 down. As 3 of them go the way of Willy Wonka, and the Maplers, unfortunately, might be in the need of a name change, because they are looking to me, like a sore Norse god. They are very Thor right now.
A 24-minute game to start us off, Panda. I mean, good Lord, man. We didn't even get 25. We didn't even get to 25. Yeah. Explain Willy Wonka. Can you just explain Willy Wonka to me, please?
Well, I mean, the guy is a showman. It's in the name. He really is just sort of like a statement maker in the top lane. He is the pinnacle of what we've got, I think, domestically, at least in the grassroots scene. And people might hear me and say, no, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. Turn up to the next tournament and prove me wrong. Because at the moment, that dude is the apex predator. He is Renekton. He is the Dominus on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean that was a wild performance. Really good work from that Jax holding on, gripping on as tightly as he can. But once that snowball starts, it just rolls and rolls and rolls. And I do have to give another little, pay attention to Halo here. Almost every time there was any time to counter a gank, he was there, putting out so much zone of control, using this Anivia pick perfectly. I questioned it at the start of the draft. I was like, oh, Anivia, Wukong, those don't work amazingly together. You have a couple anti-synergy. And as I love to be, I was proved so wrong. I was proved absolutely wrong. We also have to pay attention to the objective control. I think every single objective going over to the side of Capybara there. The Super King in the jungle is all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to that early contest around the scuttle. In the bot side river, the Super Asian gets a bit of an early lead, and from there, he just looks to compound where he can, forces Han into a position where he's sitting 3-4 steps behind, and that's on the good end of that spectrum, because I think it was probably a little bit further by the end of it. And then Willy Wonka, just from start to finish, domination to domination, did not give a Chubs an angle into that game at all.
Yeah. And the only other lane that could have potentially twisted was this Daisy Kenvo lane, but they held on. We had 2 kills early going over to this Xayah, and we saw some of these trades with that early BF sword. Yunara couldn't even find a foothold. Couldn't find a single foothold to capture back a chance at winning that game. I've got to ask you though, Panda, what are we thinking in terms of MVP?
My money, I think, goes to... That's a really tough one. I want to give it to Willy Wonka, but he was kind of he kind of did that all himself. It was he became a problem, and then that's why he was a problem for the Maplers. But I have to give it to the Super Asian because he did so much consistently throughout the better portion of that game that enabled the team to get to the point where they were such a snowball. So yeah, for my money, he was the MVP of that match.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the Super Asian, I mean, immediately from that scuttle, the confidence one's champion. You know, he knew every single limit. He fought that Viego down to that final health bar, securing the scuttle, securing the kill, that first blood, set them up for the game. And what a game it was. think we're off to a slightly longer break than usual, a 20-minute break. But stay tuned because this next game, Rich Dynasty, we're going to see a banger in store. Stay tuned.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Hello guys and welcome back after an exciting game 1 to start off the night. Kambo mid versus the Maplers. Like you said, hello, exciting match overall. You guys decided on who was your MVP again, sorry?
Mine was... That dude was just crazy.
I think mine was the same. My goat to Super Asian. What a performance. And may I just say really quick, all scheduled. They had their scheduled loss, and now it's just the win after win. That was the first one, and now it's just going to snowball like crazy.
Highlights of the game. Let's run through them.
Anytime Willy Wonka was on the screen, essentially, because if he was, it was not a great time for the Maplers. That dude, he was a problem early on, and he didn't become any better for the Maplers as the game progressed. He completely locked down Chuppa Chups. Every time he was involved in the fight, he was the one doing the most damage because he was, like, at one point, he was more than 60-70% of the team's gold lead. Like, it was crazy just how inflated he was.
Yeah, you were saying earlier as well that, like, he did that all on his own. So what did you mean by that, by doing everything by himself? Like, he was a one-man team? He
was the quintessential top lane island. Jungler intervention, no thanks. He just completely bullied out his lane opponent solo.
Yeah, and then in the end, you still gave the MVP to the Super Asians. How does that help me to understand like the toss up between those two choices?
Willy Wonka's was purely hand scam. Like, that guy is just the quintessential top laner in what we see in the grassroots at the moment. But then Super Asian set up the rest of the team to be in a point of success with it. Yeah, look, Imogen also did help by walking under a tower with no support near him. But for the rest of the game, the Super Asian consistently was forcing points of pressure.
Yep, no, that's good to know because sometimes it's just really good to talk them through to understand why we choose the players that we end up choosing. But let's head on to the next match here. Who do we have playing for us next? Oh, you were talking about this earlier, Hello Rich Dynasty versus the Chudlings.
My team!
Yeah,
My
your
team!
boys.
Listen, no, I have no bias, but let me tell you right now, Holtron in jungle, PvP in the top lane, Mar in the mid lane, Chinchilla in support, and Raze in ADC? I mean, come on, people. Come on. Although, listen, we want to talk about no bias. Chudlings has a nasty lineup as well. We got Aqua and Jaber. Those together, I mean, that is going to be a crazy bot lane to watch with. Zayla always putting on a good performance. My eyes, though, in particular, are going to be on Erdogan, a really good jungler. I've seen him on the J4. I've seen him on so many different picks. I'm hoping we get something like a J4 this game, though.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I do enjoy a good J4 with the engage as well. You do end up finding with J4s, it's all depending on the build that they go as well, wouldn't you say, at least?
Yeah, like build is so important. I think we saw a really interesting build in the first sort of week of tour where we had this Profane Hydra J4, and I was a sign of the times. I said it's garbage, it's terrible, it's awful. It dominated. It did so well. It did unbelievably well, and I'm hoping to get proved wrong again.
Yeah, so we'll get right into this game then because everybody's already prepared. So I'll send it over to you guys, and I'll see you guys after the match. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Viola. Hello, look. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the lethality J4 comes through. I'm not 100% sold. But, I mean, look, coming into this matchup, look, synergies, I think, outweigh the build path just a little bit when it comes to J4. He does need something that can play around him as a champion. Obviously, we don't want the quintessential J4 helping. That one might be a bit of an old reference, if I'm being perfectly honest. That was season 2 that we had old helping J4. But yeah, look, I mean, coming into this matchup, you've got on one side Rich Dynasty, a team that is essentially, I think, at least if not 2/5, 3/5 of the roster that top 3'd in the Oceanic qualifier to go over to Taipei and compete for a spot potentially in the LCP this year. And then on the other side, the Chudlings, who have just come out swinging in this competition.
Yeah. I mean, this honestly, today, I think this match in particular has the most recognizable names. We've got names that I think everyone is aware of, and some names that maybe a year ago weren't too big, but the likes of which carry such weight to it now. Everyone is aware of the strength of Mara in the mid lane. Everyone knows the mages that she has at her capabilities. We're talking Orianna, we're talking Anivia, we're talking Mel, we're talking Syndra. Like, anything that is played in that mid lane is going to be played to perfection. And on the other side, I mean, Aqua is such a well-known name. We know Aqua Marine, baby. J-Bar as well. I think eyes on eyes on. I'm going to be paying attention to the Chudlings bot lane. In terms of Rich Dynasty, I'm only looking top, though. I really love seeing BBB play. I'm hoping to get his Rumble. What about you? What pick are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know. Again, I kind of want to lean into something a little bit more fun, a little bit more unique, because, for the longest time at the highest level play, we see the same stuff rotated in and out. There's not a huge amount of deviation unless you're Team Secret Wales and you say Pun can actually play the champions that he wants to play. But so far, we are seeing a pretty consistent target. Talon and Nocturne being banned away here from the Chudlings. I would imagine that is entirely targeted away against Urduran. Yeah, look, in the past, you could have played them in other lanes, but then those are jungle picks, and Urduran really coming into his own, it feels like, in this jungle on those champions. And then Annie taken away from Rich Dynasty.
Yeah, the Annie pick is an interesting one. I have a feeling Chinchilla, a very good user of off-meta support. There's some good off-meta junglers, Heimerdinger, off-meta supports, such as the Annie. And when you get these off-meta picks, you want to take away their comfort pick. So I actually think that's a direct a point. That's not for Ma, not to be confused. But that Anivia ban is for Ma. You cannot have Ma on Anivia.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of those off-meta supports. I mean, you look back in the day and someone said, Pantheon support, you'd think they were an absolute clown, but very viable, does a lot of damage. My personal favorite was the support Syndra back in the day. A little bit harder to execute.
Really?
The skill ceiling was a little bit... That was something I played. I was an absolute terror in ranked. But look, if you can hit those scatter of the weeks, you can make it work. And unfortunately for Urduran, most of his pool is being put to the sword right now.
I think we have like there's two sort of sides of the coin. I think we're just gonna get, actually I have to correct myself here. Ma, I believe, played a touch of Annie here and there, and we're getting the two sides of the coin, which is Rich Dynasty is banning out Urduran, and we'll be banning out Ma in particular on the side of Chudlings. Let's see who can play better under pressure without their comfort picks. Who has the most varied pool? Who has the champion ocean in particular? It's going to be good to see.
Yeah, unfortunately at this stage, being a best of one, you don't get that much depth taken away from champion pools. Obviously, best of three in a fearless situation, then you can actually start to chip away. But Ambassador not being banned out this time could be for BBP, could be for Poltron in that jungle. Both are pretty scary prospects if you're a Chudlings fan.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you without a doubt, I'll predict it right now, we're going to get a CC mid laner from Ma, combined with the public execution. I'm going to take a wild swing and say that is a top lane Ambessa. If we can get Poltron on something like, as the Rise is getting taken away here, Soar on Rise, I think we're going to get an also CC jungler of Poltron, unless we get his Olaf, which I would love to see.
Yeah, okay, so Rise and Pantheon, so they are going to have a decent amount of global pressure. Once that 6 comes online, the Grand Starfall, the Realm Warp, it is going to have to be very, very clean in terms of those macro pressures for Rich Dynasty. You don't want to be taking those 2v2s in situations where you are unsure if those ultimates are up and available, because suddenly what seemed like a 2v1, a 2v2 is suddenly a 4v2, and you find yourself in a lot of trouble. But now going to lock in that Ahri. Classic control mage, very strong, great in terms of team fight potential. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm looking for a Vi in the jungle, something like that pairs synergistically that well with the Ahri. And my favorite combo, which is the cease and desist, the public execution into the cease and desist, which is, as everyone knows, if what did I say? It was copyright infringement or something was the combination I can't, because everyone knows anyone that sent a cease and desist should be public executed. A due process. That was the name. That was the name that we came up with.
That's cold. Holy shit. Damn. I think that is just a classic. I do expect we'll be seeing. I think the end we'll definitely be seeing an ADC that might have a little bit more mobility as well, because we're already building the side of the mobility for Rich Dynasty here. We have Ambessa with that Droghand step. You've got so much movement, so much on the Ahri, and I think we'll be following that with something that dashes like a Vi. I think a Vi honestly here is perfect, even with a Karma. Followed against, we're getting counterpicked here with the Nautilus. Naut into Karma matchup. How does that go, Panda?
I mean, Karma is just lane bully. I think there's no real other way to describe it, but there is going to be a point in the game where if it hasn't been the best of times in the bot lane, even going even, she does struggle to find as much impact as, say, a Nautilus will. Once that depth charge comes online, is going to be much more capable of influencing these team fights, whereas Chinchilla is going to be, fighting to try and get that root off if she can. try and keep those health bars as healthy as possible, shielding. So, I mean, realistically, Karma does reasonably well in the laning phase, but it's when it comes to teamfight times that shift can happen.
Yeah, and here comes a little bit more of an angled ban here. BBP GP will not be seeing. He performed very well on it last time, even with the constant pressure of a jungler camping him in last week's tour. Won't be getting that pleasure this time, but I don't think that is a good pick here. I don't think that ban is very good here because I really do believe this is his Ambassador top. He can play Ambassador top, and I think if you take a look, we're banning that Renekton. They're banning out one of the biggest Ambassador counters in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, trying to deny those safe picks away from Zialo. I mean, we saw what Willy Wonka was able to do with Sion as well. So they're reading this as an Ambassador jungle. That is what the Chudlings have read into with this draft. And I mean, Rich Dynasty have the potential to really upset that.
I got to tell you right now, I'm confused. I'm really confused because anyone in OS could tell you that is BBP on top lane. I think the Renekton ban immediately tells you it's gonna be an Ambassador top. So I'm really confused as to why we keep banning top laners. But maybe this is maybe there's a 5-head strategy going on here that I'm just not seeing. I'm blind to, you know.
Yeah, and especially with that Poppy ban as well, you'd imagine banned away from Zayla in the top lane because they've already got the Panther. So it wasn't going to be a Poppy jungle. You've already got the Nautilus, so it's not going to be a Poppy support. So I think they're doing what they can. So they're going to go on, should do all right, able to help later in the stage of the game. Yeah. There is a potential that BBP just completely bullies out this lane, though, unfortunately. When you sort of hit Eclipse timing, Ambassador does just ramp up to a pretty insane margin, and Ord can't really match that.
Yeah, I also think, like, if we take a look on the side of Chudlings here, we've got a lot of CC, which is very good for the side of an already high mobility comp as we get the Raze severe lock-in. Do you like that paired with the Karma? You're a fan of that paired with the Karma?
I think I'm a little annoyed that they picked the support early because I think Brom value is just crazy this game. You've got Pantheon, Nautilus, Ornn, all melee champions. And there are a few supports that punish those melee champions as well as someone like the Ornn does, so he's going to be able to play. Chudlings have drafted a really short-range comp, and that is problematic, especially, I mean, you bring the Trundle and Voltron in the jungle, you are going to have a really, really hard time sticking in. They've drafted insanely short range. How much Chudlings aren't going to be able to play this game? By the time they get in range to fight, On the Hunt's popped, public execution into the back line. But Chudlings are, if they win this,
they're looking for that heavy snowball.
No, this is a pure ego challenge. They want to win this and prove that they can draft themselves into a pit and still do it. But I don't think they can. They have given Rich Dynasty everything they could possibly want with that draft.
Yeah, I mean, their longest ability, I believe, their furthest ranged ability is about 300 range away, honestly. I really am struggling to see.
Their longest range ability without terrain is Dredgeline. Let that sink in.
Yeah, that's a little bit. It's an interesting. I mean, let's try and get in their heads here. You're looking at Rich Dynasty's comp. What is the thought process from Chudlings here to draft such a low range comp?
If they can survive the lane phase without losing too much, if they can get into the mid game, if they can start to get those items online, it's actually a scary comp.
Yes.
Rise, Pantheon, they have an insane amount of macro pressure. Yeah, they've got macro pressure. That is the main thing. Yeah. Realm Warp, Grand Starfall, they can quickly turn the tides on a fight. Zeri scales into Oblivion. Sivir also does reasonably well. Can just sit there and hit the Ornn, and those the ricochets will just carry on to the rest of the team. But if Chudlings can survive, if they can get Rise and Zeri, two of the craziest scaling champions, to the later stages of the game, there is a very real possibility Rich Dynasty get run over. The problem being is they are going to really struggle to get to the later stages of this game. Even with an Ornn, they've drafted a Trundle. Like, your biggest tank is going to be paper at a certain point in the team fight.
Yeah, that Subjugate just removing, is it 30% of armor and magic resist, or is it 20%? I think it's some crazy number like that, and just making, you're pretty much going to make Poltron just this, the biggest unit possible. I mean, you have such a front line already with this Ambassador. I'm going to suspect going Conqueror here over the Grasp, and you're going to have the Karma shielding on top of that. You add in the Ari Charms, you add in that Severe's just long range on the hunt, providing so much move speed. Rich Dynasty's comp just looks so good into this such short range comp. I'm still so, a bit confused over these bans from the Chudlings. I still don't really understand this GP Scion ban when it was so obviously an Ambessa. And then it raises the other question of what is the Ornn doing in this comp? What is the Ornn's use in this comp? I'm
safety. It was purely drafted for safety. Like, that was it. We want a champion that isn't going to just roll over in lane phase. Honestly, the craziest part is your best long-range engagement setup is the Ornn with the Horn. You then drop the Grand Skyfall on top and then hope that J-Bar's in position to capitalize. It is a desperate draft. I will give it that. Like, it does have the tools. It needs to run over this comp. But there is so much keep away in the hands of Rich Dynasty that your sticking power isn't going to matter. That's the real problem.
I am just like a little bit, you know, I'm a bit in shock because I'm thinking of how these future team fights are going to go. We're going to get a Grand Starfall. We're going to get a Call of the Forge God. Those are going to be our key engage tools. Yes, maybe a dredge line from the Nautilus. But who are you engaging on? Because that Ahri is going to, you know, Spirit Rush away. The Drakehound Step is going to ensure you can never touch that Ambessa. And you're going to have the Spell Shield and the movement speed from the Karma and the Severe. It's going to be messy. It's going to be messy.
I don't know. All that I know for sure is Rich Dynasty have been given everything they could possibly want heading onto the Rift, and Chudlings have drafted themselves into such a hole that they may never see the light of day again. Hello. As we look to jump onto the Rift, getting game 2 of the evening started. Oh my goodness. The Chudlings do not make things easy on themselves by any stretch.
It's yeah, I'm really loving it. As we can see the runes here as well. I was dead wrong. BBP's chosen the Grasp, looking to sort of angle in these early fights, and we can look. There's the runes right there. We've got the Phase Rush on the rise. Really classic. A sort of slightly more aggressive take with this Arcane Comet from Chinchilla here on the Karma, and the PTA on the Trundle is going to allow him a lot of skirmishing power early. Trundles usually are picking up that lethal tempo, and going this PTA early, I think we are going to see some early scuttle fights into this Pantheon, into this sort of anything that wants to roam down.
Yes, the slap fight in the top lane, classic. That is pretty much how it is going to go for the better part of this engagement, I think. PvP, from memory, has been a very, very solid top laner. Whether he or Willy Wonka walks away the better, it's hard to say. I think we'll have to wait until that matchup does happen. It's presumably at some point in the playoffs.
I would absolutely die to see that matchup. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd be rooting for my boy BBP, and I think he'd hold out strong. So look at that Karma poke with that Arcane Comet. Almost 1/4 the health bar of that Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem with drafting something so short range in the Zeri. Oh, engagement in the mid lane. Saw, he's looking for it on Damar, and she finds herself in a bit of trouble. Does have the CS lead, does have the teleport, so will be able to get back quick smart to this lane matchup. And Saw cannot say the same, does not have the teleport once again.
Yeah, and I mean, the wave clear is getting a little bit rough as the Rise goes low on mana, so the TP is actually going to allow for a really advantageous wave state for this Ahri. And with no TP on the Rise, once again, a greed of the Ghost. We've seen that in that last game. It didn't work out. That greed on the Ghost doesn't work out, and we're getting it again. I don't know. I don't think that is really what you want, especially into someone so mobile as the Ahri. You're barely matching her with the Ghost, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And from now until the final whistle, there is just going to be that added advantage that Ma will have in terms of getting around the rip. Yeah, look, Realm Warp, great and all, does lack the ability to match a teleport in terms of that complete crossing the map, even if it is a slightly slowed down version compared to previously.
I can see the double range bot lane is really taking its toll on the likes of the Chudlings here. Both half health, and that scuttle is going to be easily secured. A smart back from Erdogan, knowing there's no chance, there's not even a hope in hell. We won't repeat the mistakes of last games in the sense of, let's just give them that bot scuttle.
I mean, the real big problem with the Chudlings bot lane is they are just going to completely lack prio in this lane. Because of their short range, playing into a double range matchup, they aren't going to be able to clear those waves quite as comfortably, especially given that Sivir is on the other side of that matchup. It's going to be a rough one.
It certainly will be, and take a look at the mana on this Ornn here.
absolutely down to 0. BBP has a bit of an angle if he wants to look for it, and you know they're both thinking about it because look at this very
Chinchilla, he's looking for a bit of a tropical holiday here. He's found himself an angle in. It's going to be the flash at the very minimum, but Zayla is just going to get frung down, waste the flash as well, and BBP comes up big with the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic BBP moment. Take a look. No mana on Zayla. There's absolutely nothing he can do staying here. He wants to push this wave in, but he just can't.
The worst part is, look where Erdran is. He's just cleared that scuttle. And unfortunately, due to timing, does not see Chinchilla beelining his way top.
Yeah, that's just a really, really good movement there. Good pathing from Chinchilla there. And just a classic support ganks top. Good luck top laners now. Really good luck because BBP with this lead, specifically getting that kill, picking up that pickaxe. Oh my god, his damage skyrockets.
No, unfortunately, in what should have been a relatively alright matchup for the Ornn, he now finds himself in a lane under fire. Will consistently be looked at. They know it's a point of weakness. If they can accelerate BBP even further, this game becomes much, much cleaner for them to play. That public execution really does undo a lot of what the Chudlings will be aiming for. Yeah.
And something that always puts me in a good mood, Chinchilla has chosen the Dark Seal start first. We've got 1 stack on it. I'm hoping to see that turned into a Medjai's without a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, look, support weak. Second mid laner, even better. It's exactly what we're looking for. So far,
you can never underestimate the Karma, can you? It's such a strong pick.
No. You never underestimate the power of the Scout's code. That is a given in League of Legends, and until that other shoe drops, we won't hear anything otherwise. But yeah, I mean, accelerating what is already a very rough lane for this area to play by giving that little bit of a steroid to a Karma, who, again, innately has a pretty significant amount of damage at its disposal. It's not a great time for Arco, I'm going to be honest.
Look at Erdogan here, by the way. He's just sort of lying in wait. There might be a potential for something to happen here. They don't know that he's here.
Potentially, I mean, realistically, I think if you Erdogan,
he's
probably...
backed.
Yeah, I was going to say, power farming's probably your best bet. Get yourself to 6 as quickly as possible, because that is going to be your easiest time in terms of affecting these lanes. But Poltron and Chinchilla find a window. They're going to look to start up this dragon down on the bot side. Not that Poltron needs all that much help with the Sheen in pocket.
No, I mean, that is... Trundle is such a sort of... It's a bit of a strange pick.
It's going to be a bit of a hound out by the Chudlings. They're going to make this uncomfortable for Rich Dynasty. Look to try and take it themselves, but they are sitting on a ward. J-Bar is there looking for the cutoff. If they pull that trigger, there might be an angle, but no, they've corralled themselves. The Chambers connect. Big engagement from Mar, but they find the turnaround. A kill onto Poltron, and it's a kill that goes the way of the Chudlings. Looking for more. Erdogan gets too close, but likely to limp himself away. Spear out. He's looking to secure it, but it's Arco for 1. They get the dragon, and the Chudlings coming up big despite how this started. The lightning skews through the wall. Raze has to run, but the fangs are locked in. The Chudlings have chomped a chunk out of Rich Dynasty's calf.
Wow, what a team fight turn. I mean, we have to take a look at this. More importantly, take a look at the smites here. Poltron had a better smite. Poltron had upgraded smite, but it doesn't matter because this team fight just goes so terribly. It goes really badly. Pantheon putting out so much damage and getting out on that 1 HP leads to Mar not having the extra Spirit Rush, allowing for the kill and all those resets to come into play, giving so much health from all the Triumph stacks, and pretty much just allowing this team fight to turn completely.
Arco
a pretty crazy turnout, and
disaster.
I'm very happy.
That was crazy.
Really happy for Chudlings here, without a doubt in my mind.
This is looking dangerously like last night's Storm's match against the Broncos. Starting up 14-0 in the half. You're looking phenomenal. Boom. Final whistle blows 18-14 as the Broncos work it back. So Chudlings have done a great job of capitalizing a bit of an overstep from the Rich Dynasty crew and taking them down a peg.
Yeah, and Poltron, we could sort of see it there in that first Sheen. While you do an insane amount of damage with that chomp, you sacrifice health. He had only got the Sheen compared to the Pantheon's tunneler that he had in that little fight. And we really saw it there. He just got blown up. One single spear hit, bang, you're dead. Whole fight turns.
I mean, it's crazy. Both Arca and Erdran limping away from that engagement. Erdran now having that cryo, being able to get himself into positions to start really impacting the roof, works himself over the grubs, has support from Sora as well. So they'll get the one, drag the second out. And BBP's coming in, looking for an angle. is just going to be... Oh, I thought Erdran was going to walk it out. He's got support, but he could find himself in trouble here. Okay, here comes Poltron. Oh, it's reset, but it shouldn't matter.
It's so awkward, but it still is going to be at least one of the grubs over to Poltron. Very kind of BVP to leave that. It's a small misstep from the side of Rich Dynasty for sure, but we are gonna need this advantage to just be continued to be followed up.
Red's line, the lightning crash as well. Chinchilla's in a bit of trouble. They're looking to run him down, but there's no mana there for Aqua. Realm Walk coming through. Saw looking to get involved in this bot lane skirmish. The boomerang blade goes out. Can they get in position to get the root down? The root prison, it's not gonna connect in time. And Ray's looking to turn it around. Dredge line, and unfortunately, it's going to be Jaber the first to fall. A two-piece for the Rich Dynasty duo. And Chudlings, they lose all three. They get run over, laid low, flat as a pancake.
Wow, it's a complete turnaround of what happened in the river. It just happened that we just turned a huge fight that looked amazing. We're getting the gank from the Rise. And it is a triple kill. I mean, that's kind of crazy, all things considered. Now, the game's equal. Except we have a gold lead on the side of Rich Dynasty now. Ray's playing that fight beautifully. The damage put out there, the confidence we can see here. You know, there's a Rise coming in. It looks, by all accounts, it looks terrible, but watch Ray's movement. He walks up, he understands his limits. Even low on mana, he gets hooked by the Nautilus. He continues, and he picks up 3. That's kind of crazy. Everyone moving in harmony now. A really well-rehearsed bot lane, you can know for sure.
I mean, it was a dangerous dance, and unfortunately, the Chudlings just completely forgot their steps along the way. And they're left with some sore toes as now Rich Dynasty swing it back, find themselves with a near on 1,000 gold lead. Not quite the acceleration we saw in our last one, but Saw this time falls victim to Mara as she dances around with that Spirit Rush. And again, issues compound for the poor Chudlings.
Yeah, and got to point out another really great gank from Chinchilla there. Chinchilla walking mid there, allowed for that to be available.
Oh, and it's hit midnight, unfortunately. What was meant to be a ball and dancing and sweet music and glass slippers completely turns. It's now a pumpkin alone, no longer the carriage they needed. And the Chudlings, they bite off more than they can chew once again, but here comes Erdran in the backside. They find the shutdown of the Rays, looking for more Chinchilla. Can he get anything? No, it's a double kill. The cosmic intervention that is this Pantheon with the Grand Starfall swings momentum yet again.
Okay, and I mean, it's back forth. It looked bad for a second there. It really did. That was the time that it looked bad for the Chudlings there, but a really good, you talked about that macro in the draft, what this Pantheon offers, that Grand Starfall coming in and helping that Zeri. And look at the gold graph here. We've gone up, we've gone down, we've gone up again. And let's take a look at it. That's going straight down as we capture a little bit more back for the side of the Chudlings. We're up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I mean, last game we had Willy Wonka at his chocolate factory and everything was sweet and happy. This time around, it's a bit of a nightmare. It's much like the behind the scenes of that same chocolate factory. We're seeing how that chocolate is made, and unfortunately, it's not a pretty process.
It certainly isn't, and neither side...
Oh, BVP popping his Yushin goes out, but Saw quick on that trigger, pops the flash. And Dragon number 2 now on the cards, this time for Rich Dynasty. They're not going to be forced off. You can hear that Eagles cry and the guitar slide in the background as we do have a real game on our hands this time.
Yeah, this is really, I think this is going to be one of the long ones, honestly. I think we're in for the long haul. It's not going to be a 25-minute game. I think we're getting to late game because of how just sort of volatile both sides have been. Take a look at the gold difference. Only a 200 gold lead over to the side of Rich Dynasty. I mean, we can look, Erdogan and Zeri, Ascension here, have the highest golds in the game, gold amounts in the game. But they're pretty much neck and neck, honestly, in terms of how it's split even amongst the side of Rich Dynasty.
Yeah, unfortunately, the difference maker is the fact that J-Bar is so far behind Chinchilla at the moment. That's what actually equalizes things out in the end.
Yes.
As it stands.
I have to say as well, Panda, the Dark Soul's been sold. That Dark Seal, that's left the inventory of my dearest Karma.
Oh, yeah, ambitious. Oh, the Dredge line caught by the Spell Shield. Great there from Raze to understand what the idea was from the Chudlings. He's not going to be Mufasa just yet. The Lion King still stands in the bot lane.
Yeah, we have that redemption first. Speaking of that karma again, we got that redemption first. Really strong. While it has been nerfed, still a very strong item and really good into the likes of this Pantheon and Rise, where you need to be have a large amount of map control.
Oh, Zayla flashes under the tower. He wants to clear that wave desperately, knowing full well that they are beelining for him. They get some damage away. Zayla does clear things. He's safe for now. Is he looking to get that recall off?
Yeah, we've got some items coming through and pretty much, something did occur bot lane. Bit of a prio push.
Trying to put Raze back in the dungeon. Oh, they're looking for it again. Saw in trouble. The realm warp. No, not enough HP. He's thrown in jail. No way out for him. And that is the power of these control mage Aries. With that support, with the likes of a Trundle, your Vi's in the jungle. Suddenly, you're left red and dead as you wait for that grey screen to end.
Yeah, but we are trading. While we do get the Rise kill, we're trading for the bot lane turret. We do get that full bot lane turret out. We've got Zeri, a very nice gold lead here. And this is the person, this is honestly, I'd say the glue to winning this game for the likes of the Chudlings is this Zeri. If she becomes this unstoppable force, you know, the CC is... It's hard to hit. It honestly is very hard to hit on the side of Rich Dynasty here. You know, yes, you've got that Ahri charm, but that's honestly your best bet. The public execution plus Trundle pillar combo is good as well. But if the Zeri's big enough, has enough movement, honestly, it's going to be really hard to shut her down.
Absolutely, but like Thieves in the Night, Chinchilla and Poltron walk away with the Chudlings blue buff. You can see Erdran just corralled a little bit here. They will get the vision. They know full well that there is danger lurking in the fog of war, and Aqua does take some significant punishment on the way back to lane here. They're looking for it though. Erdran, they've got Saw as well. That Grand Starfall still on cooldown, so he can't just propel himself into the backline.
Yeah, it's going to be just a sort of safely trade back. We're not going to give you this tower either, but we're not going to get any kills for it. We have that cull now completed on the Severe. We get a nice little bit of a gold boost, but still not capturing over that 1k on that Zeri, who's picked up the Fiend Finder Bolts, a really nice item. It's coming on the new season, a really nice item, gives you that extra, I believe it's the first 3 autos of attack speed, and they deal an extra bit of true damage. Really powerful in the likes of Zeri.
Yeah, guaranteed crits on a champion like Zeri, going to be big value, of course, as it stands. I mean, this river has been a problem point starting off early for Rich Dynasty. They lose that prio, and you can see how much vision has been locked in through it. BBP, the banana himself, getting back up to the top lane to chuck Zayla back on that back foot. He wants to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and we saw here, he TP'd top lane. Seemingly they're trying to secure this Rift Herald, but with Dragon spawning in 50, we leave no TP on the side of BBP here. So maybe I think they might be planning on giving this Dragon and exchanging it for the Rift Herald and maybe a tower or two, top or mid, potentially.
When we start the game, both teams throwing everything in the kitchen sink at their opponents, and it has stalled somewhat. It has evened out pacing. Not seeing that full helter-skelter, full court press that we've seen for a good while. And it's just clearing that standing gold on the Rift, making sure that the game of battleships goes your favour, hitting those targets that you need to. Erdran can't even step up the tower, just has to watch and let it fall.
Yeah, and I might be also proved a slight bit wrong, as BBP is just going to give top lane here. Potentially Ornn might want to look for a TP, looks like it.
Oh, scrapping in the jungle, BBP's here. They're trying to make that opportunity present itself. The depth charge goes out. Chinchilla, they look for an angle to Saw, but fast fingers on the flash. The Ornn Horn comes through. Trench line back, Raze in the back line. He's just hitting Ricochet after Ricochet, but it is going to be Aqua to claim the first kill of the skirmish. Grand Starfall into the back line, looking for an angle on the Raze. They found 2, looking for more. Great shield bolt onto Poltron as they lock down yet another member. And unfortunately, much like the Itsy Witsy Spider, this Rich Dynasty roster has been flushed out again.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Great movement from the likes of Saw there, dodging that Ahri engage. And we talked about it in the draft, that Ornn did so much there. I want you to keep your eyes on Saw here. Now, this Ahri is the key component. It's their main form of CC, and just being able to escape that means that you're out of luck. Raze, a beautiful dodge, but doesn't have the damage. Even getting all these ricochets off does not have the damage just yet. And now your team's out of steam. The Pantheon's jumped in and is very scary. Can just clean house easily.
I mean, holding that Grand Starfall to the prime opportunity to really extend that fight out is nasty from Urgeran. But you look at it all the while, you had Aqua just pump it away. Jaber plays his life spectacularly in the middle of all of it. But a 1,500 gold lead from the Chudlings, a much scrappier game too than we saw in our first of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, what's actually so interesting about that is you do have something. Look at this gold graph. This is an actually crazy gold graph to witness. I mean, the fact that it has just gone up and down so much, it's like a roller coaster, really shows how good these players are, how much passion these players have in terms of neither side they're fighting tooth and nail. Neither side wants to give an inch or any amount of space here. They both want to take and take and take. And I think here, what we're seeing take the most is this bot lane that we talked about, this Aqua Jaber bot lane, performing so well in every single one of these team fights so far.
Absolutely. I mean, despite a matchup which you'd think was really poor on paper, which we did. Oh, I say that it's looking better and better as time goes on. Chudlings, they do drop that subjugate onto Urgeran here, but he's not really the target that's going to have the most resistances right now. And they just back off. Unfortunately, there's not much more to be found. They will drop the Herald up in the top lane.
Yeah, Ray's walking back there looking like doesn't want to get ganked. We do get this Herald top. It's going to give us actually a very nice sort of gold catch-up. Only 700 gold behind. On the hunt was popped there.
Trying clear distance, thought the spirit was coming in a solo bolo. Zayla falls to BBP. And unfortunately, the emerald tinted glasses slip. Oh, okay. I don't know where Poltron's going.
Poltron.
Oh, he
Poltron
hasn't signaled. He's crossed 2 lanes of traffic, but he will get himself clear. Over to BBP, now it's Aqua, trying to play spoiler, but Chinchilla's there, BBP's there, support, Grand Starfall, they're looking for it, but the Pillar of Filth cuts that choke point off, and there's nowhere for Urgeran to follow up.
I mean, I think that sort of driving test that Poltron put on there really set a number in the in Chudling's mental. They had no idea what was going on. We saw the Grand Starfall attempt to sort of be like, is he still here? Where is he? It's just completely wasted now because of how confusing. I mean, even I was confused by that play, but Poltron, I mean, that's why they call him the mastermind of O's. He's thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Look at this.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? I don't know. But he went transcontinental with that thing. Dude booked himself the Southern Island ferry, got himself over the ditch, and he's in the wrong neighborhood. He was meant to be taking the test somewhere else.
That Rift Herald had 870 health on it at the end there. Did that tower shot do 800 damage to the Rift Herald? Is that how that works?
No,
does it hit
crashing it hurts it as well.
I see. I didn't know that. That's how that interacted. As the chickens are fully stolen, they raise.
Yeah. Compared to this last game, you'd imagine all 10 players a bit soggy with sweat right now. Compared to the last one, it was very decisive, very clear cut. Whereas this one, just toiling away on a knife's edge, could go either way realistically.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd love to see that gold graph just once again after those towers, that top Tomigawa. And yes, the blue is up now. I was literally like, oh, you know, maybe Chudlings. But look at this. So Chudlings has such a nice little gold lead, even though that's only about a couple K. It's right back into the side of Rich Dynasty now. Up and down, up and down. But who is the real winner from this? Looks to be Zeri, who's sitting at the top of the heap, almost a 1K gold lead over anyone else in this game. That is who you want with the gold, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just quietly working away, doing what he needs to do to stack up the cash and get himself in a position where he's quite happy. He's gone from Fry Cook to Ronald McDonald himself. He owns the franchise. He's happy to collect those paychecks. It's only a 900 gold lead, but that's a phenomenal situation. He's just finished the Infinity Edge as well. Ooh. Given this draft, I thought for sure Chudling was going to be in a way worse position by this time of the game, but Aqua has just stayed the course.
Yeah, I mean, that range sort of gap, that range problem that we were talking about hasn't really played into account because every single fight has been quite a messy skirmish. It hasn't been clean. It hasn't been just in mid lane. It's been in these tight corners, these tight little rooms, and it hasn't been clean. Maybe we'll see something in the river now, though.
I mean, I thought for sure there was going to be a contest here. You know, ring, suddenly Chudlings are looking to contest, and they are going to do just that. And they just fighting either line. either side of the halfway mark as the dodgeball game begins. Oh, Zayla collapses into a wall. That's not the position you're looking for. Great shield fold in. Redemption down, but is it going to be enough to keep Raze alive? Yes, it is. He's holding on. All that damage through doesn't matter. BVP, he's on Aqua, but forced to flash away, and it's going to be the Ricochet that is that final nail in the coffin. Shuts down Aqua. They get her Dram as well. And this Rich Dynasty roster, spiky like a cactus, you think for sure you're going to be perfectly fine. And then you come back looking prickly, feeling sore, and an absolute wipe of this Chudling's crew. And Rich Dynasty transition from a dragon into a Baron.
I mean, I'd love to call out a single member of the team, but everyone worked in such harmony there. That was such a beautiful team fight. A great flash from Erdogan catching out Raze here, but you've got to give it to the Karma. Look at that redemption and shielding, allowing Raze to live. And this whole time, BBP was in 3 of their members' backline, not only distracting 3 of their most important members, but the only people that could actually follow up and kill Raze there. And you just lead this wonderful team fight. Really good performance from every member of Rich Dynasty there.
Raze out here doing his best 50 Cent impersonation. Many men wish death upon him, but not a single one could hammer that final shot home. He walks it out, starts dishing out the punishment of his own, even gets the kill onto Aqua with the Ricochet there to just hammer it home.
Honestly, the play from Erdogan was potentially one of the best he could have made. That surprise flash shield vault did catch Raze out. Raze didn't have spell shield ready, or didn't have it at least ready to click. And you got the stun off, and you should be following it up with all the other CC, but just that instant reaction, that split second allowing Raze to flash out, so much shielding from the Karma just allowing him to live.
Poltron looking for an angle in here. Lightning Crash does go down, but the subjugate out, and it's getting a bit dicey here as Poltron just whacking away. And the thick of things, the root comes out. Oh, what a pop blossom! Suddenly, Blast Cone rather than Saw now finds himself in trouble. That Ornhorn once again, it's just an absolutely crazy skirmish in the thick of this Chudling's jungle. Jaber limps himself away, screaming out, "Medic, where are you? Revive me, get me back up in the action." They get themselves one, but its top lane is traded across the rift, and both teams will limp slowly back towards their own fortification.
My vision on that fight, I was just watching BBP in that fight. He was having a really rough time into that Nautilus, just sort of barely doing that damage. As we do trade for a mid-tier 2. They still do have Baron, but
okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, like an absolute barbarian. The man full sends it. The rage of war, clouding Erdran's vision. But they do clear that wave up. They give themselves a bit of a reprieve. Baron, not all that much longer left on the rift. It's a minute to work with. And there's still 3 minutes towards this Dragon Soul potentially coming through. It's not even Soul, it'd be the third by the team. Saw, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to run, but this monstrous Sivir paired with an Ahri in the hands of Mar, who is playing it like a she-demon. Another massive wipe comes through for Rich Dynasty.
Wow, and I think that with Baron, there's a chance that they could look to end here. We still have 30 seconds on all timers, and never underestimate a Trundle's tower taking ability. You're about to watch this thing get absolutely rinsed like wet paper. You combine the Chomp, it is going to get... There's going to be an attempt at stopping
Guerrilla
the BBP.
warfare here from the Ornn. That's not really the champion that you want to be fighting behind enemy lines. And there you go, Bosch. Tower down in the mid lane. Inhibitors soon to follow. And this Rich Dynasty roster are in firm control.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a full lead, gold lead now, an insane gold lead now. Just such a pretty team fight there. You saw a bit of hesitation in that bottom river fight. You know, a bit of like, are we doing it, are we? And seemingly there was just a Raze decided to take control. Probably a call from Poltron himself, honestly. Take control, get Saw down to 1 HP, and then you just had this Ahri who's been scaling so well this whole time. A 2.6 gold lead is a real threat. That Shadow Flame, a Hextech rocket belt actually. So much movement on the side of this Ahri.
Oh, Zayla in a world of trouble once again. It's not really an Bessie you want to be fighting into. Eclipse, Black Cleaver done. Raze coming up. Oh, this is going to be a very, very rough position to try and hold against. And we might just be seeing the establishment of that Hello. This Rich Dynasty, this Zezima-esque dynasty establishing itself here in Oceanic League of Legends. Ooh. Oh no, Poltron! He's in the front once again, gets caught by Aqua, and this Zeri is not a small-time player anymore.
No, that was actually Poltron here. He's gone for a surprisingly defensive build. He has actually gone for a, we can see the Dead Man's Plate. He's got the Spirit's Cowl, and yes, the Trinity. He got blown up there. I mean, he ate, I believe there was 4 members in that bush. You can see his corpse there, not standing even up for a second. You can't, this is the thing. Surely we've learned from this game, do not underestimate the side of either one of these guys because they can twist and turn this. And turning that now, there is a chance. There's a chance with this tempo that they might be able to do something. Still an 8K gold lead, though.
Well, yeah, it is not an insubstantial one. But poor Poltron thought he was swinging for the fences, but never really left home plate, unfortunately. TP's coming through. Zmar looks to join the rest of the team. It feels as though Rich Dynasty are looking to mount that final push. Dragon Soul available for either team. And as the cannon roars, it's caught by the shield. The shield vault strategy once again by Urgeran is not going to be enough to set up a play.
Flash still up for the side of Odoran, but he is forced to back. I mean, on that, such little health.
Oh,
Poltron's here now.
He wants it, saw it, nowhere to go, no flash, no nothing. No way to keep his mid laner alive, and all that this Chudling's roster can do, they're caught on the back foot as Rich Dynasty look to run it home. Triple kill for the Trundle. It's not going to be the full penta, maybe a quadra, but the face plant of the week goes the way of the Chudlings, caught out in their own jungle, giving the Trundle in the hands of Poltron a quadra kill.
A well-deserved quadra kill. The mastermind of O's picking up this game. And what a game it was. Back and forth, but the winners, Rich Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, Chudlings come out of the draft with a hope and a prayer, and unfortunately just wasn't enough at the end, and they did fight valiantly to try and keep themselves in that game, but Rich Dynasty find that pressure point. Marv playing phenomenally on this Ahri, consistently getting those catches. Raze as well, surviving through the most dire circumstances to keep his team in it, and they get that leverage, they get that point of power, and they do just twist the knife to a point where Chudlings can no longer consistently contest.
Yeah, I think that was, I mean, we have like these 2 games to think about, and there's such different types of games. We have this such tight back and forth, and compared to that 24-minute game we got at the start, this is the type of game I love. I mean, honestly, I was so determined in this draft that Chudlings had sort of, drafted themselves in the corner. They were going to be in trouble, but they performed so well to beat back any chance and any sort of range differences that they had. Like, yeah, they were a lower range, but almost every fight they took was this messy skirmish. Everyone's using every single summoner. Nothing was clean, enforcing that none of that range could really be utilized perfectly, and caused to their demise. But either way, Rich Dynasty still taking it out. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to the depth of experience to Rich Dynasty having that roster, even in just Poltron alone, who has over the last sort of 18 months just had so much time to work at the highest level as that coach, obviously, with the Chiefs over in Taipei. And not to mention the fact that he has had an incredibly long career here in Oceania, and just being able to help guide these fresher players to competitive, BBP, Ma coming into it. Raise also a crazy amount of experience in the region, and just absolutely dismantling a situation that looked like it was spiraling away from them. They regain control, they take some incredibly clean team fights, and they shut down any chance that a Chudlings upset.
Yeah, I mean, I have to point out a player here in particular. I've got to point out Chinchilla. I really do. We had such good ganks. We had these really good, that initial gank onto BBP, allowing for this Ambassador to just become a bit of a monster. And we saw that Ambassador in so many team fights. So we saw BBP roaming bot for these dragons, roaming for pretty much most objectives. And that allowance was also found in the mid lane. We allowed Ma that gank onto that Rise, once again, setting up those laners for success. We saw it as well in that bottom dragon fight in terms of the redemption, keeping Raze alive, and the shielding. Those were the two main reasons that Raze lived that. And I just think in terms of my personal, why that game went so well is in the hands of Chinchilla. I really do think.
Oh, undisputably. Every single point of success that game could directly be tied to Chinchilla's intervention, whether, like you said, through the shielding, that redemption clutch with Raze, ganking Odazela in the top lane, just completely skirting the vision was absolutely massive. But that is game 2 done of the evening, of course, here for the tour. Week 2 well underway as we cross the halfway mark for Saturday. Game 3 coming up after.
Hello guys and welcome back. Oh, a great game to follow up the first. Oh my goodness, I absolutely love. Like you guys were hyping up Chinchilla with the shields, but I absolutely loved Mar on that Ari. You just absolutely love to see the skirmishes. That champion is just amazing in skirmishes overall, and just going through all the highlights during that waiting period as well. It was just really good to see over and over again. What were your guys' highlights throughout the entire that game? Sorry.
Oh, I mean, we've got, once again, Chinchilla's ganks, magnifique, beautiful. I've got to say, a little highlight for me, something that got my serotonin going was we caught the brief glimpse of a BBP solo. What I wanted to see in the bot lane onto that Ornn. I wish we got a little bit of a replay on that, but that really got me hyped for the game. Personally, that was a highlight.
Oh, for me, it has to be that redemption clutch save on the Raze. Like that dude dead to rights and boom, just suddenly back, and it even gets the fadeaway ricochet kill onto Aqua as well. Just it was perfection.
Yeah, because you guys did mention as well, like even after the overall like nerf to that item, it still has so much value too. And just seeing it in the game as well just clearly attests that. So guys, if you haven't started building Redemption because of the changes, clearly it doesn't matter as much because you can still make those awesome as plays in your own games.
I think I do have to ask, and I really do want to know, in terms of Viela, from someone else watching the game, who was your personal MVP of that game?
I feel like you guys already could tell, but I did talk about Chinchilla and I also liked Mar with the play as well. Overall, I did really appreciate the support perspective as well, because again, playing in the bot lane, that's where I really like to look at it a lot, and especially with the overall like building convention too, because like as you guys mentioned, Redemption having that nerf, but still being able to utilize that item effectively, and those ganks, the roams from Chinchilla again and again, like clearly top tier. I really did appreciate and seeing the shout out. So again, have to agree the MVP on that side as well. But let's go into the next game of the night. Who do we have up next, guys?
Oh, it's high heel steel toe boots, which is going to be a real fun one to say broadcast. And then it's Gato with sombrero.
The Gato with sombrero. Look
and I mean Gato with sombrero with Phyto in the mid lane, which look, it's a fairly stacked roster. Cat with sombrero coming into it with some names that you should be reasonably familiar with if you even have been taking a loose interest in Oceanic League of Legends for the last 10 years.
Oh, 100%. That name Booba, I've seen that at least once or twice on the internet.
I gotta say as well, last TOR, Fido's steals. Now these were the biggest moments, the fastest hits, and the craziest plays. He stole an Elder, he stole a Baron, he kept their team in the game. He stole this Gnar ult when he was on the Silas that pretty much kept his team in the game, and I'm hoping we get something of a similarity, at least in this game.
You were saying in the last match that you were really looking forward to the bot lane because of the players that we're seeing in these teams. Which lane are you guys hoping to be getting the most amount of action in?
I think with Fido in the mid lane, I think mid. I want to see mid go a bit crazy here. I can't really speak to high heel steel toe boots in terms of I haven't really seen much of what they've been able to do so far. At least in this tournament, and I suppose in the last however many months of competitive play, because it just hasn't been a thing in Oceania. But the names on Cat with Sombrero are kind of stacked, especially when you even go further down to their support. Their substitute, Biopanther, the king of Oceanic League of Legends for the last 12 months as a sub. Like, even just being associated with that team, he's got a wealth of knowledge that he can offer.
All right. Well, we've got a little bit of a story to unfold, essentially, and I'm really looking forward to see how you guys be able to tell it to us. I'll hand it over to you guys and take us away.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. I mean, look, we've had a match that was clearly one-sided. We've had a match that was a bit of a contest for the better part until it wasn't. I think we might be swinging back to more game one momentum with this one. I mean, Yen, Foreigner, Fido styled.
Hold on, Panda. Listen, let me just say my piece right here. A semi. If he can get a Briar, if we can get him on the Briar, now I know what you're thinking. Briar top lane, that sounds insane. It's a one game. They've only got one game to prove themselves. It's a one best of one. If they can pull off the Briar, I actually really do think you pair him up with Danny and Abba as well. Abaddon the GOAT. Listen, do not put high heel steel toe boots. That is a tricky nebula. Don't put him in the dust just yet. I really do think they got a good chance here.
You mean HHSTB? Yeah, they're going to be a real threat. But Unara coming away, it's been banned away from Cat with Sombrero. And I mean, look, you talk about, this champion in the hands of this person. If it's banned out, it unfortunately becomes kind of irrelevant. That is the problem with, especially in an environment like Oceania, being known for certain champs coming into a tournament like this, there is a good chance that those champions have targets on them.
This is unrelated to the draft, but it actually raises a good point. Do you think regions have specific champions that they're really good at? Like, and my next question is, what is OSA's? What is OSA's best champions?
Are we talking internationally? Because then we don't have one.
I know we don't have internationally, but if you had to give me something here. Korea, they've got the Kianas and stuff like that. They've got the greatest Kianas, Beifang type shit,
Unfortunately, last year, we didn't really have anything to go off. Sion. I'd give it to BioPanther's Sion in the top lane. He kind of did absolute bits on that champion. Beyond that, I think it's a bit hard to say, given our results internationally. But looking back at the ban phase, Ambessa and Misfortune banned away by Cat with Sombrero and Rise. Not going to make it through this time, is currently 0-2 on the evening.
Yes, I mean, Rise is really it's such a strong pick in this new season. I mean, we haven't really seen it ever be able to get to the actualizer. We haven't seen it at its sort of peak, but once it can get there, good lord. And we do have that MF ban, Nonal, Kevin Bacon, #Mog, the classic pick. We all know him, we all love him. And we're also going to get a Nico ban. Haven't really seen much Nikos.
She's a crazy strong. I mean, in terms of support, she's probably one of the best, if not the best, team fighting supports out there, just purely off her ultimate and what she offers. Orianna makes it through in the draft, so Abba will be taking that to the mid lane. You've got a crazy amount of pairings still up and available in a best of one.
I'm begging for a Nocturne. I'm dying for a Nocturne. I would love a Nocturne here. I really would. As we get the counter of a Victor.
Yeah, okay, so you want a Nocturne? I want a Malphite. Victor is notoriously one of the most immobile mages in League of Legends. Maybe you get a bit of a steroid from your Q, you get a bit of a speed up, and they're going to steal the Nocturne away.
Not allowed, not on my watch.
Already, Malphite value is through the roof right now.
Yes.
Like, Nocturne, cool, you can send it deep to the back line, but if Malphite just ults into the rest of your team and they can't go anywhere, kind of doesn't matter. Vi, just as good, honestly. Vi's
really strong here. I mean, we're going to see that classic Vi engage, Orianna ball. I hope to see that many times over this game. I really do. Do you think, are we still thinking the Malphite's on the menu, though? Now that we have that engage with that Vi, I think it's gone. Yeah,
no, it was only ever, I think, going to go in the jungle. Unless the end does bring some, AD heavy champion in the top lane. Like Yanaz, we see the Malphite play into that reasonably consistently, so it could have been an option that angle, but I think with Vi, I don't think we're going to see it turn. Synergistically doesn't have the same level of success compared to Victor, but a Rakan. Okay, so they've got a lot of go forward and a lot of follow-up already.
Yeah, Stout Rakan. I love a Rakan and Nocturne together. I just absolutely adore that combo. You shut them down with darkness, you jump in, and then you have a Rakan following your back, grand entrance everywhere. Getting rid of the Bard. Now, the Bard, Ezreal, was that a threat? Was that going to be a scary threat for the likes of
I think it was more they were banning it away so it doesn't disable Foreign. Of course, you've got a Nocturne looking to jump in the back line. You chuck down the Tempered Fate so that anyone that he's targeting then just doesn't get hit. Yeah. Gives you a little bit more security. Same with the Rakan as well. Not to mention the fact it's just easy setup for a Vi Orianna combo. Karma, Israel, just again, a synonymous bot lane duo that is crazy strong. So they take away Boober's Xayah and Kai'Sa, two crazy hyperscale bot lanes.
Keeping the hands of the ADC away from the stronger ADCs, at least in this meta, that's for sure. I think we'll probably be looking at in terms of range, and I was just about to say in terms of range, we're going to be looking for a longer range. We've got the Severe to back up with the Rakan. How does Severe pair with Rakan, Panda?
I mean, it's kind of just a bot lane duo. Yorick in the top lane for us me. Okay.
Oh yeah! I am a Yorick main. It is good to see him. This is the first Yorick of this tour. We only had one other Yorick in the last tour, played by none other than Laughing Man himself. I want to see what matchup we got cooking. This has made my day. Oh my god.
Israel Seraphine rounding out that bot lane duo, and Yorick at the top lane. Counter does go the way of the end. So if there was going to be anything that you could look to punish Yorick with, you just have. You have free pick.
Jack's open, Trinity
Nidalee.
open. Whoa!
Oh, okay. You look at champions that are going to punish in a matchup like that. Nidalee, to me, screams punishing.
Listen, I've got to agree in some aspects. I've got to agree. Nidalee, she has that Cougar Pounce to get out of the Yorick cage. But if that is on cooldown, that's her only escape. Yorick isn't completely hard countered by the Nidalee top. This is a matchup you don't see too often, all things considered. But if anyone actually has eyes on a lane this game, I'm going to keep my eyes on a semi here. That is the highest chance of something really interesting happening. There's a lot of opportunities
the range versus melee matchup very rarely goes the way of the melee champion. I'm assuming more than certainly it's just going to be aiding Nidalee, so you're going to be sitting there just throwing ranged attacks, easy grass procs. DN is really just going to have a pretty free lane on the whole, and unless Danny decides he wants to come and intervene, Asmi is just going to have to sort of take it on the chin, play the lane as best he can until we get out of that laning phase, wait for the end to roam, and then look to play the side lanes. But hello, it's game 3 of the evening, week 2 of TOR, and it is two teams that have awful names when it comes to commentating. High-heeled steel toe boots versus Cat with sombrero.
Yep, I do like the acronym HHS and Cat. I do like Cat with sombrero just being Cat. Very easy to say. I want to point out, let's take a look at runes here. Tian's gone the Ignite, the Nidalee with the Ignite, Grasp Ignite, and something I love. We've got an Arcane Comet Yorick. You know, you talk about this range top matchup. Building Arcane Comet Yorick allows Yorick, if he hits an E, if he hits that Morning Mist, 4 ghouls jumping, plus with the Arcane Comet, that's actually a really decent chunk of damage. He's got the Scorch as well. Once again, I really do think this top lane will be something to watch out for.
Yeah, and I mean, technically no TPs for Cat with Sombrero to start this game off. Yes, then we'll get one eventually through that lane quest, and Styled has brought Unsealed Spellbook, so we'll cycle through it eventually. So the global pressure for this Cat roster is going to be severely diminished compared to high heel steel toe boots in terms of both mid and top lane also having that TP.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like in terms of the bot lane matchup, I sort of skimmed over it. Seraphine's got the Ignite as well, so something early like this.
Yeah, Uber forced to both flash and barrier away, and the heal committed by Style to keep him alive. Only the Ignite lost by Wars in that engagement. And so the Seraphine pressure already mounting, the double range versus the range melee is always going to swing the way of HHS.
Yeah, I really do think it's going to be a grip on for dear life type of bot lane for the side of Cat, but if they get there, you know, that's severe. We just saw it the other game. Once she gets a couple items, it can really become a threat. God, I love Yorick. I'm such a fanboy. I truly am, but I really didn't expect to see a Yorick today. Beautiful skin, the Spirit Blossom skin there. Oh my God.
Well, he's down
Couldn't
10 CS.
Oh,
the solid bolo in the mid lane. Fido brings the Ignite for that kill pressure and does just that. Abba, unfortunately, hits the dirt. Down 15 CS and a kill 2.5 minutes in is a rough spot for an Orianna to be.
Yeah, wow. I was so focused on Yorick, a full solo there. Really rough way to start the game. I've just got to say as well, if I'm correct, does that Victor have? Is that Ignite as well on the Victor?
Yeah. Like I said,
believe that's
technically there's only teleports once lane quest is done for Tien and once Styled scrolls through that spellbook. Fighting in the jungle, in the river even. Danny falls, and they're looking to turn it. It's a 3v2, but the low HP here for Foreign as he dances around this Oriana. Where's the damage? It's just not there. Fucking dive and solo bowler with the top lane. The Yorick wins. There must have been a tower dive attempt from the end. They've lost 2. Can they get one back? Yes, they can.
I mean, listen, my boy, no, I'm unbiased. He got the solo as well. There was solos all over the map. We had the solo mid lane and seemingly a huge solo top lane as well. He's got that full wave pushing in. Once again, this bot lane scuttle is so contentious. So many people are just not willing to drop their confidence and or their ego, potentially, you could say. And we sort of trade kills all around. Gold going over to the favor of Cat.
They're looking for it. This is only a level 4 Oriana. Great vault breaker there. Fido has no flash. He's already committed, so they can just run him down. And that should be a decent chunk of change. I don't know if Style can even get that assist through, but it's the shutdown go in the way of Ever. Looking for more. Style burns the flash as well. And so what was a 1,000 gold lead sitting in the pocket of Fido is completely been gutted.
Yep, wow. Immediately turned around. You know what? I'll tell you right now, Panda, I think this might be a bit more like our second game than our first. I think this might be a back forth, exactly the style of last one, because already we've had so much fighting. We're only 4 minutes in. We are only 4 minutes in.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I didn't expect it to be quite this hectic. For being honest at all, Foreigner is looking for a cheeky invade. You look, was in vicinity, as is ever, but suddenly it's constant fighting.
Look at this, is 2 fights on our screen at once.
Style now looking to come in and join, all the while Danny is up in his topside jungle. He'll be coming and look in for some help here. But we're still a decent amount of time away from that command shockwave being available for Ever. Chaos Storm now up and available for Fido, but the fighting has ceased. They're going to back themselves away.
Oh, look at this. Watch this trade with the Arcane Comet. Beautiful.
There was a plan. The plan has gone awry. Oh, he's on the tower though. Is it going to be enough? Oh, my lord. Arcane Comet.
Baby.
There was a plan. It turns out it was not a very good plan for the end.
Oh my god, this is exactly what I wanted to see. I love Yorick, baby. He's going crazy. And with this lead, with this Arcane Comet, every E he lands is going to set this Nidalee down to half health every single time. This Nidalee's going to have a really tricky time playing a game, which is a complete swap on the head of how a Nidalee top usually bullies the top laner.
Exactly that. Even with a Sheen start, it's just not enough with too much given. Oh, what a vault breaker there from Danny. Great kill on the Style. And again, just diminishing that gold lead every which way they can. Oh, Chaos Storm, the solo bowler again. That is now Fido's second solo kill in lane, and he still has the ignite.
Jeez, yeah. I mean, this game is going so crazily. We sort of have the 2 titans, Semi or Strawberries, up in the top lane, and now Fido, you know, double solos. This Vi, Danny here is in really good positions in most of the time. He's in really good positions of where they need to be, honestly. And I'm really liking their personal map control. I think we're looking for a long game, though, as we have this Severe picking up the Cull. So we're going to be a bit slower.
Well, there is a ward in that river, but unfortunately, there is going to be a cease and desist. Can they stop him? Yes, the leap into the arena. They don't even need it. The Vault Breaker comes through. They will drop it just to confirm it, but that is a 3rd kill going the way of this Yorick in the top lane.
And listen, the game right now is in a Semi's hand. If he just builds correctly, looks like that's going to be a Trinity Force, completely fine. Very nice into the likes of a Nocturne. He has this game in his hands. Everything can be controlled by him, but if he makes one mistake, it could be over because we do have Fido building up a nice little gold lead, can turn some of these big team fights, but that's the thing with Yorick, he doesn't want a team fight. Ideally, this Yorick is never even going to see this Victor.
Yeah, it should just be side lane gaming from here on out to try and make sure they control those macro objectives, take control of the Rift. That way, there you go, Paranoia out, and it's an Oriana command. Shockwave is just absorbed by the spell shield. Fido gets yet another, but the assistance comes through too late from Danny, rather, and Fido gets himself a double in that engagement. And this is a very bleak scene for high-heeled steel-toe boots.
Yeah, I mean, I was just speaking of how Danny was always in the right position, but he was just a couple seconds late there. And that really nice Victor stun causing a double kill when it probably should have just been one solo kill. Grub's going over. Getting those grubs away from Yorick, really important. Very, very important.
Absolutely. Fido, 1,700 gold lead. And that's not even, that's 1,000 less than the team's whole lead. So, they need to do something to shut down the Victor. I'm sorry, that's it. They need to slow this Victor's roll because Fido is nearly, he is a whole level up. He's 1,600 gold, which is not an insignificant amount for a Victor.
No, absolutely not. You know, and we also have to pay into account, you know, we're looking at, how many are we looking at? Is that 5 kills? No way, this is a solo.
Yeah, he's 5, and it's going to be another solo. This would be the
Morning Mist.
3rd, technically. The end. He's sticking around, has the heal, gets the grass prop. There's no outside intervention coming through. Dragon going to be taken away successfully by HHSTB. Forces the flash even. The maiden still, he's trying to get the maiden. The end wants what he can out of this engagement. Fido's even going for a roam, so this should be a nice, easy catch onto the Yorick. But it's just going to be the TP angle, potentially. Thien has no way of stopping it, so if he does look for a TP, he might get himself away, but no. He's going to be run down here. Ooh. Is he? Maybe he's not.
Might be able to get a plate. He could get a plate.
He's going to look to try and run it. Okay, yeah, the tower will finish it. It'll be Fido picking up yet another.
Interesting, very interesting. I do just want to say something to pay attention to, especially with Victor, is, so we're looking at 6 kills on Victor, 1 assist. It's important to remember Victor stacks. Every single kill is 25 stacks.
Paranoia.
You have almost every ability upgraded.
Oh, and the shield catches the command shockwave again. The solo bolo, that experimental hexblade, already done now for Foreigner. So that paranoia is going to be cycling through quicker and quicker as the levels come.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep in mind, I mean, when you're in a mobile mage like Orianna, we have to keep in mind that Nocturne is probably always looking to take a nice big chunk out of your robotic body every single time that paranoia is up.
Unfortunately, a little bit hard to get away from. And it, not even a Seraph's done yet. Means that you're not going to have that shield for a wee while, as they will just keep stacking. Honestly, I wouldn't have hated a Rod of Ages build here from Abba, just for that extra survivability. Oh, it could be happening again.
No maiden on this Yorick.
Oh, no arena either. He's just going to be run down, unfortunately.
I see.
Scraps down in the bot river as well. Styled and Fido are there. So is Boo, but this server Popsy on the hunt. They're looking to try and run it down. We decide better for the moment. Those 6 on the support, so your main engage tool's lacking there.
Yeah, it's a little bit, we haven't really seen much from, Ken Bacon #Mog here. We haven't really seen much from this Ezreal. You know, they are keeping this Severe quite pushed in, but it would be nice. Ezreal, explain that champion for people that don't know. When does that champion power spikes primarily?
When it is 5,000 gold ahead. That is about when it power spikes. It's a champion that really does not have a good time if it hasn't had a good lane. So it requires you to be... Oh, great command shock over the mid lane. Fido is being challenged here. Flash forward aggressively. The flash in this response from Fido, who does drop the Chaos Storm. Oh, no, he doesn't even drop the Chaos Storm. Well, actually, no, he does. It's just running out there, but fades away into the void. And yeah, unfortunately, not the most substantial amount of damage on the Orianna at this stage in the game.
You know what? That is a kill if that Victor doesn't have so many stacks from all these other kills. He got the slow from the upgraded Hextech Ray. He has the move speed.
Oh, paranoia again! Flash is gone, so there's no way out for Abba. He's going to burn. Oh, the True Shot Barrage just off the money. Great flash from Foreigner. And Danny was thinking about it. He does just not have that ultimate up and available. The Vault Breaker is going to be there, and so is Wars. They look to drop the ult there. No, not a chance. They're not going to waste the encore.
Okay, we need to discuss this. How are we killing Victor? What is the main way we're killing Victor here, Panda?
Go to his house, unplug his Ethernet cable, and go from there. And even then, I feel like Fido still has a way to play that somehow.
I mean, with this Roa build, he's so tanky. Even if you get the command shockwave from the Orianna onto a Vi, I don't think you have the damage to shut him down. He's just gonna W himself, put the stun on him. You're not gonna be able to kill him in time. It's gonna be a real struggle to get Fido out of this game.
Absolutely, you know. I mean, even if you drop the... Oh, there we go. Encore comes out, and suddenly it's Boomer in a bit of trouble. Forced to burn those summoners once again, but great grand entrance from Style. means that Nunnal can't chase things down. The slow coming through, the body blocks from Styled. It's just a bit of damage more needed, but it is going to be Wars to collect that kill. Booba falls.
Wow, Seraphine damage there. Never underestimate that execute damage. So much added. A bit of damage there. Really like slow played fight there. We get all the flashes out. But honestly, each one was necessary to capture this kill here. Good body blocking from Styled, but just that slight last tick of that damage. Enough to clean up Severe there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really... Oh, okay, never mind. And Abba's dead as we come back to life.
Man, oh, this poor Oriana. You know, such a tricky pick to play into Nocturne. It truly is, or anything really.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, just command shot right there, but the TP from the unsealed spellbook as well.
He's already dead. He's dead. Leave him alone.
Dragon
2 and 7.
Gonna be going the way of Cat here. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Oh.
I can see which team our observer is supporting. Oh no. Nunnal caught as they look for a dive. They will get the turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh, fancy feat from Danny. Avoids that grand entrance even.
Yeah, I mean, a nice little catchback. We do eat the shutdown onto Fido there, and probably the only time that you can catch him out there before he finishes that Leandri is giving him another 300 health. Really well played, actually, by Danny there. A really good flash as well to ensure that he wasn't caught out by that.
Yeah.
Khan?
Yeah. Zeke's is there for Style now, so he's going to be even harder to get away from when it comes crunch time. Yeah, I mean, it feels like this matchup has somewhat righted now, as Thien can play this lane more comfortably with the Trinity Force, but here comes reinforcement. Style and Booba looking to run down this poor Yorick. Zeke's is going off, as is that quickness. The arena does little to keep this poor Yorick alive. And, well, look, all I can say is, you've got his PayPal details. We know how curses work here in Oceania. Hello is about to get paid.
Yeah. Oh,
They're looking for it. I think Cat with Sombrero can definitely feel the position of power that they find themselves in. But they rightfully make that call. Go back for the Herald. They are just so strong.
Yeah.
Oh, Style, he's been caught. It's a great little lockdown there from this HHSBT HTV roster. They found Boober as well, looking for a third. And a quick turnaround, quick switch of play. And it is going to be high heel steel toe boots, taking 3 off the Rift and Herald.
We're back, baby. We're so back. I mean, that was a lovely little turn back. I was literally, okay, well, we're not completely back, but we're clawing our way back, and especially with this Rift Herald. Look at these plates. Watch this gold difference. We are 1.8k ahead on the side of Cat here, but let's turn it around a little bit. Let's get this tower 1.8 down to 1.3. All right.
Yeah. Oh, and the True Shot Barrage even just to thin that wave, reduce some of that pushing pressure that was going to be there for Foreigner.
On top.
Oh,
we're driving it top lane.
Oh, yeah, he's got Abba in position. Is he going to have the legs? No, the price of gas is just too high.
But look at that. I mean, with that top tower as well, we're down to...
Oh, no.
There's Yorick champion.
Grim scenes. 9th kill of the game there for Fido.
I've got to point out the fact that we are really seeing, I mean, this is why, you know, this Yorick champion, I love it so much. Without any movement abilities, you are so susceptible to pretty much anything that comes at you. Anytime there's 2 members. You're a 1v1 beast, but Asemi's finding himself struggling a little bit into these high mobility champs, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it started so cleanly. He was dominating the lane. Ian was having a really rough go of it, and then just a quick reprieve, and suddenly Thien is right back in the thick of things, doing well as a nearly 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's they've captured it back, especially with that Yorick kill Fido on almost 10k gold. You've got the Zonyas, you've got the Roa, you've got the Leandris. You are unkillable. You are a wall of health, and now also invulnerability. Who is stopping you? I don't know. You've also got 7 stacks on a Dark Seal. A confident fella, but allowed to be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a very, very bleak situation, I think, to find yourself. And Fido is a level ahead already, and that row is about to take over. So it's going to go from bad to worse pretty darn soon. There's very little that high heel steel toe boots can do to contest him without multiple members up and available, but you see, my lord, Foreigner as well, the
Yeah.
damage. They've got complete control of this blue side red jungle.
Oh,
They're going to pop the Paranoia straight into the mid lane, looking for an aggressive angle onto Nunnal, who is just run down. In comes Danny in support. So does Wars, but they're both just being demolished right now. Styles caught, command shockwave there, just drags Booba right back into the things. Danny looking to turn around with a great Vault Breaker. The stun comes through onto Fido, but he still holds on. They will lose one, but get two for themselves. All the while, Hasmi in the top lane with the mate, and this is what he needs to be doing. He needs to be side laning the rest of this game. He does not want to be with the team.
Yeah, I mean, that is their win con. I mean, you can never forget this. Here's the thing, and here's a fact. This Nidalee cannot match this Yorick. That's just a true fact. If a bit of really good macro is used from the side of HHS, and we use this Yorick's pressure to the best of its advantage, there is a chance that we can create advantageous positions in team fights to allow them to use like winning numbers. We're gonna need two. You're gonna have to send two to stop this Yorick. Although, honestly, Fido counts as about 4 people at this point, so
They do land
Numbers
that route
advantage.
there onto Style with the high. With the beat drop, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know if there's going to be the tools they need to. Paranoia comes in deep into enemy territory. Little support there, but it's just going to be Wars. This poor Seraphine, very much living up to the name, is in the Wars, and they turn their attention to this poor Yorick. They drop the arena, trying to keep themselves some space, but their grand entrance in, they're just going to run him down. All the while, this maiden desperately following its master command. Shockwave comes out, but it does little to nothing to try and turn things on its head. They will get styled and answer back, but it just results in more members. Danny falling also, as will Abba, as he's run down by this Nocturne. Israel gone. One remaining. There is decent damage coming out of him. The flash, and he gets the kill. The shutdown. A 4 for 2, and Abba gets paid.
And Theon, all the while, much like the Yorick, trading for a top tier 2. Speaking of the Yorick, I mean, we saw it there. Oh, hey.
Oh, that's big gold. That's big gold. Two massive shutdowns there for Abba. Still does little to dent that gold lead that Fido has.
Yeah. It's certainly still there, but that will alleviate some of the problem, that's for sure. I mean, I really just want to point out again there, we saw this Yorick in that last team fight. Yorick is just, we need to keep in mind, there was a tier 1 tower, bot lane tower. Strawberries cannot do anything. Asemi cannot do anything in these team fights. He is so at just the mercy of this Victor, of this Severe, of this Rakan. You can't afford to do anything, so you need to be split pushing. He needs to keep that in mind.
Paranoia is going to be there. Dragon contested once again, but STB does have the position. They will take it for themselves. That's their second of the game. TN being run down. Here they go. They're looking for the engage command. Shockwave just off the money as he flashes away. Style sends himself in, but only the death. Paranoia drop, but it won't be followed. It's just to cover themselves as they fade into the darkness, but it doesn't seem that that's what High Heel Steel Toe Boots wants to do. They are keen to force this fight. Danny goes in, looking for an angle. Coroner is there. You go. Encore lands on the fighter in the backside, but it's big damage coming through. They'll find Danny, but it's traded back. In comes this Yorick, wailing away at the health buzz, but Nonnal has been left to his own devices, and Nidalee and a Sivir chasing him down, and his team completely leave him to the wolves. I say wolves, it's a cougar really, and unfortunately much the same will happen with Ever, it feels, but at the end, no mana to speak of. He's going to be turned around on once again. It's the ebb and flow, the leverage of this team fight, the mist caught by the shield, and it seems that things will dissipate here. Styled wants the smoke, but he's got no one in support to speak of.
I mean, wow, what a back and forth team fight. Catching out Fido there is so big, is massive for the Yorick, and they also just pick up that dragon. It's starting to look good for HHS, it really is. This team fight was just so unstructured by the side of Catwest Sombrero, you know, the paranoia not being able to be used at all. We had one of their members, this Victor. Fido just wasn't in that fight for such a decent amount of time, and when he comes in, they're split enough that Fido has to push him by himself, catches himself on the edge of that Seraphine charm, and is forced to flash away from the Yorick, finds himself falling. And then you do just have so much time actually bought by this Ezreal. Really good dodging on most of these abilities here. And yes, he finds himself falling for it, but it's just time that's bought, and it's really
on the
important.
hunts there, it's supportal combat. One of those supports is not like the other. In comes Not, all the big damage turnaround, a 1-for-1, but more shutdowns going the way of high heel steel toe boots, and that might just give them the prio. They need no Sivir on the Rift. That is such a significant source of damage for Cat with Sombrero that HHSTP want to start the Baron. See the TP's coming through and decide better of it.
Yeah, wow, really good restraint here from the side of HHS. Just deciding, you know, we see the TP. Let's just take that for free. You know, there's no reason to sort of when we have something for free, let's just take it because it decreases. That's going to be a 7-minute, by the way. That's a 7-minute cooldown on Nidalee's TP there. So not too bad. We're looking at the gold lead now. We've got a 3K gold lead over to the side of Cat with Sombrero. 2 dragons in the tank for HHS.
Oh, Paranoia going in. It's on to Abba. Is there support coming through? Yes, there is. They look for the turnaround, but a great shield from Foreigner denies that cease and desist, but in comes the quickness. Great turnaround play from Cat with Sombrero. It's huge trouble for Denny, but a massive command shockwave into that true shot barrage. And suddenly, the high-heeled steel-toe boots are kicking at shins, and the shins are all Cat with Sombrero. They're eating big damage. Once again, Nonal left to his own devices, but he is no slouch in this fight. He finds 2. Oh no, it's gonna be Booba back off respawn, but he's caught to boot. They find themselves a massive engage. 6 gone for 1 lost.
They were 3K gold down in that fight, and they turned it completely. That was insane. They're still behind in gold. This Nocturne, who's so confident, thinking they can just take out this Orianna, there's 3 other members of the team here. And even with that Seraphine ult missing, look at how much this Seraphine's Rylai's is doing. Ignore the fact the True Shot Barrage Command Shockwave combo. Every single ability this Seraphine has been hitting is slowing the flash beat drop, leaving Fido in the just, catching out that Nocturne, and you've had this Ezreal just causing so much disruption. He's losing his life every time, but he's just splitting apart this team fight enough for the rest of HHS to collapse and contribute enough to win it. That's a huge twist and a huge turn. And they're still only now just come ahead in gold after that.
They pick up the Baron for themselves to take that off the map, at least for Cat with Sombrero. They're 2 dragons down, 1 more than Cat with Sombrero have currently. So high-heeled steel-toe boots are in a really, really good position off that momentum swing. And what a swing it was to put themselves in a position to leverage this game in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, something we've got to point out as well is just a bit of disruption in a lot of these team fights, you know, a bit of maybe miscommunication where we're having these Nocturne, you know, paranoias come in, but they're not with the rest of the team. And we're hoping that maybe with this dragon coming up in 10 seconds, I mean, all eyes will be on this Nocturne's paranoia.
We just missed it, but that's nearly 60% of Styles' HP. Just taken away by Orianna and Ezreal. That's not even with ults committed. So they are doing some decent damage at this point. The Rabadon's now finished up as well for Abba, so he is no slouch in that damage output department. And if they get the right combo, if they find that ball in the right place, a Shockwave is going to devastate Cat with Sombrero. Paranoia goes out, they're looking for wars. This support, Seraphine goes golden, buys the team time. No, sorry, it's Abba on the Orianna. Command Shockwave on at the end. Encore there as well. 3 people charmed, and the beat drops, and it drops hard. In comes Danny, screaming on through. Booba's dead. Fido sent running for the hills. It's just 3 remaining, support, mid, and jungle. Not a great spot to find yourself in, especially in such a critical point in the game.
Once again, Panda, Foreigner's paranoia. These engages are just too deep, and we didn't expect the Zhonya's from the Orianna here. And then just take a look at how beautiful that Seraphine ult is. I mean, I hate to say it, but every single fight that Seraphine has been in has practically dominated. The Rylai's on this champion is causing so much disruption. There's so much shielding, and there's just so much slows and roots that you cannot play these team fights while Wars is alive.
Infernal Soul on the cards as well. It's soul point for high heel steel toe boots as that Baron just running out as they usher those waves on through. But they did so much in that drafting phase to deny this Nocturne Orianna combo away. They didn't want that in the hands of Danny. And high heel steel toe boots have turned around and said, damn, you're drafting. We're going to play it the way we want to. We've got exactly what we want in that Orianna in the mid lane. There are just so many tools to pair with it as well. and they've drafted themselves something that, well, on paper, looked like it could have been in a rough spot, is absolutely excelling.
Yeah, and honestly, I think their team comp has just come so nicely together. I'm loving this Ezreal's build. He's got the endless hunger here, and that sort of like survivability, the Omni-Vamp that's providing him, has sort of been an example.
They're going to do it again, looking for Nano, but he does it. It's shifting away, he gets the flash off, and they're so deep right now. Encore goes through, but they're at a choke point. Command Shockwave evaporates two members of Cat with Sombrero, a 4v3, and now they're running Ashby's here in the thick of it. That frontline tank that they've needed. DN falls. It's Fido, a man alone, triple kill to ABBA. And Danny is not done just yet. They know where Fido is, but Ashby teleports into the base of Cat with Sombrero, sees that wave, prepped and ready. ABBA to join him, and they're going to crack the base. Well, the team holds Fido off. 30 seconds across the board. 10 to Style, 20 to Foreigner. They're going to look to try and close this game out as quickly as possible. I don't know if the mate it's going to be enough. Ninal is fighting tooth and nail with this Victor to stop him from getting that recoil off. The laser goes through. Golden for Fido, but they're cracking the Nexus right now. It's just a Rakan versus two very strong solo laners, and the high heel steel-toed boots crush the hopes of the Cats.
Oh my god! I love a Yorick game, baby! I love a Yorick game, and there is no better definition of a Yorick game than that one we just got right there, that beautiful end. But you gotta point out the Seraphine Encore, Panda, hitting I believe it was four members of that team. Everyone is charmed, everyone is slowed, everyone is rooted. Your team fight's over at that point. What a game, Panda.
I mean, that, if nothing else, is a game that exemplifies the fighting spirit that we have here in Oceania. That position where, I mean, Ashby was consistently being pounded away out in the top lane. Despite how things went early, they turned it around. In the mid lane, ABBA was targeted time and time again by that paranoia, by Fido. Solo kills coming out of Fido, and it didn't matter. They stayed the course. High heel steel toe boots knew exactly what their win condition was. Get to the late game. Get this Orianna to a point where those team fights become so deadly to play for this Cat with Sombrero roster that if you step too far out of line, boom, you are dead. And we saw that at the tail end. Command Shockwave took 50% of the HP from not one but two champions. Yeah. And that's only because the rest of them were nowhere near and close enough to cop it. But look, that very well could have just been an insta-wipe if it had landed on 5.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, it was such a good showing of strong mental to have, we had this sort of bit of time where that Yorick kept finding themselves out in the side lane, death after death after death. That Orianna keeps eating that paranoia, death after death after death, but they stayed so strong. They kept their mental, and just one paranoia, that paranoia right before the Baron that they took, a slight misstep, a slight misplay, they pounced. They nittily pounced. They shoved it around the other way, and they turned that whole game around, and it was such a beautiful one. I honestly think one of the best just parts of that game is that Seraphine's Rylai's. That Seraphine's Rylai's played such a key role. The flash beat drop to stun and root Fido. We want to talk about that earlier game mid lane fight. Once again hitting Fido, causing him to flash over the wall, which then a Semi can get flash over again. I mean, it's just beautiful gameplay from that support, from Wars in particular.
Yeah, I mean, tonight has really been a stellar night for supports and showcasing what they're capable of here, just consistently impacting such massive plays around the Rift and almost being that difference maker. It has very much felt at times throughout this evening, it has been support diff that has been the difference maker. Yeah, we saw it in the last game with Chinchilla. We saw it with Wars. And you know what? I really do just want to point out, Kevin Bacon, #Mognodal here, performing really well. What we didn't see was how much space, how much damage, and how much just time was bought by this Ezreal. I doubted the pick myself. I was thinking, you don't have the damage of a Caitlyn, you don't have the survivability of a Xayah, but he actually just bought so much time and split these team fights up that the rest of their team, the rest of High Heel Steel, could do what they needed to do. I mean, that's exactly it. He drew so much prio away from the teammates that were doing the damage. Danny, ABBA, Ashby in the end of it on this Yorick. I mean, it was a massive call as well to go for that teleport base race.
Yes.
And that is quintessentially what Oceanic Grassroots League of Legends is about. Right now, it's time for a break. After this, we head to our final game of the evening. And if that was anything to go by, our last one is going to be one to watch. We'll see you back soon.
Hello guys and welcome back after a game 3 out of 4 tonight. That was 2 back-to-back games where the support was considered the MVP. Is that right, my boys?
Well, personally, I certainly would. That's Seraphine. Panda, would you? What was your MVP of that game?
If not Wars on the Seraphine, it has to be Abby's Mental, because that dude was targeted out time and time again, and then pulled out some of the most clutch command shockwaves I've seen in a good wee while.
Yeah, I heard the amount of animation from your voice with these shockwaves too. Like, it's just because I'm watching from the background and just hearing you guys talking about the game. I'm like, oh my gosh, just to watch this and have to talk about it simultaneously. It's just like, there's just so much going on as well. But especially with the draft, what do you guys think about the draft overall? And is it something that you guys predicted with how the players ended up going through the game overall?
In my opinion of the draft, I actually have a bit of a take. I think we started with that Orianna, right? And Kat sort of replied by picking the Nocturne. And while that was successful at the start, I think maybe they fell into a bit of their own trap there where, HHS played, yes, they suffered from this Nocturne, but they actually sort of came back, they learned, they scaled enough that the Nocturne just became practically useless. So in a way, they almost engineered that draft to work in their favor by making Cat with Sombrero pick that Nocturne there. At least that's my little opinion of it.
So you thought they like mind tricked them into that pick overall?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Panda?
I think Cat with Sombrero kind of backed themselves into a bit of a corner. I don't know what the plan was with that Nidalee pick. I think if they'd picked a tank in the top lane just to soak that attention, give some prio in the middle of these team fights, Fido has a much better time of things and can actually carry the game, given that he was 9-1 at one point in the game, and that it just didn't matter. So yeah, unfortunately there just wasn't enough disrupt in the rest of the draft to really enable them.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. So are we hoping to have like a different type of drafting in this next coming game? Who is it that we have for the last game of the night? I think it's Rush Hour 4 versus UNSW HAL, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Here we are.
All right, have a look at the draft. This has been a crowd favorite. I know over and over again we love seeing Praedyth and Bulldog in the bot lane. Hallow, talk us through. Blue Panda, feel free to take over as well and what you guys are feeling.
Well, I think Blue can helpfully describe Rush Hour 4 here. The goats, really. What do you think?
It's Doraemon and Mogwin. Like, that's all you need to say. Mogwin is just a fan favorite. Like, that guy in the jungle, he does some really wild stuff that consistently finds what is just a bizarre amount of success sometimes. I mean, Doraemon as well, coming in, played in that Oceanic qualifier, was on the team that went over to Taipei to try and qualify for a spot in the LCP. Praedyth coming in, Bulldog coming in. You got Violet and Dante sitting in the sub role should they be needed. Rush Hour 4, Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker, it was always going to be a banger.
Yeah, and on the side for UNSW HAL as well, Hallow, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, yeah,
because they went in TOR last year. So
this is what I really like about this team here is they're like an actual university team. They're a proper university team. They have really good coordination, and I would say that in terms of while Rush Hour 4 are just such goats of O's. They're up against a team that I imagine has been doing so many scrims, has been putting so much time in, has so much coordination and so much sort of liquidity in terms of how good they play well together. I think honestly, this game, which a lot of people might be thinking, man, Rush Hour 4 is about to dominate. I really do think we have to keep our eyes on some of these UNSW HAL players. I'm looking at Maben. I saw a really good performance from Maben. I've been looking at the OPGGs of Randy Rogue, Slick, and everything is looking good. And I really think that this is a game that might change some expectations. I think a lot of people have an idea in their heads of how this game is going to go. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's going to be a slight bit different. I honestly think UNSW HAL has a really good chance at cleaning this game up.
Yeah,
I mean, 100%. If last game's anything to go by, a stacked roster does not a win make. So
yes, exactly.
Who's to say?
Yeah, exactly. Because with both these teams are currently 1-0 in the group stages as well. And like you said earlier, like being in a university team, like they do have that overall experience too, versing against other universities, and now being part of our Oceanic tournament that we're hosting right now. It just goes to show that this experience is going to be implemented as well. And it's really good to see that we're getting people from outside sources to be able to show us what they can do in this tournament here, to be able to like showcase the rest of the community as well. So I'm really looking forward to how this game's going to turn out, and I'll just leave it up to you guys to take care of the rest, and we'll see you back afterwards. All right?
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Viola. I mean, hello. It is a bittersweet thing to say that while it's good that the collegiate scene is still as healthy as it has been, it sucks that other elements of the environment aren't the same. But the collegiate getting these opportunities, consistently playing these tournaments to get against other universities means that there is at least an environment where they are getting some competitive experience. They're not just sitting in ranked every day. But rush hour for a stacked roster, if I've ever seen one, versus UNSW Hal. So Violet is going to be playing. He's going to be on the starting roster for today. The brothers Doraemon and Violet going to be coming in to try and find themselves a victory tonight.
No Pradith. But here's the thing: it's like, we got rid of Pradith, such a beastly name. We've replaced it with a bigger beast. You could argue we replaced it with a bigger beast. Violet is insane. Violet is so mechanically gifted, and I think we're really going to see this. And there's something. I'll say it right now. Bulldog on any support pick is insane. We saw his Alistar. I really hope to see one of his enchanters. It's the way he plays these enchanters that completely... It changes my mind on how enchanters are supposed to be played. I never see him in the back line. I never see him, a little bit scared. He's such an aggressive player on these picks that are traditionally non-aggressive. And that's what I love about seeing what he brings to the table here as we get the Ash ban. No Violet Ash.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in the name, honestly. Bulldog. He is a bit of a bulldog. He plays even the supports that aren't traditionally played aggressively, which you need to be able to do. As that support player in the current state of the game, you need to be able to decisively impact team fights and such. So being able to do that on not just those engaged supports, but enchanters as well. Incredibly valuable. On Zoe, the ban's coming through against UNSW Hal.
Yeah, interesting. Banning out a top laner and a mid laner here, Jenny Gold and Starduck. I want to point out Evelyn. Last time, Evelyn picked up the Kha'Zix and performed exceptionally well on this Kha'Zix. I believe he had to leave his ranked game, which he was playing Kha'Zix in. I'm interested if we're going to see another lethality-style assassin jungler. I love what it does to these comps. I love how it puts a little bit of chaos into the mix. I'm really looking for something like that.
Well, it's actually going to be Violet again, targeted out. Yunara also falls to that ban phase. They don't want him having something comfortable. Unfortunately, it's a best of one, so there is still going to be a plethora of bot lane champions left up and available to them. And yeah, those lethality junglers that were such a plague on the Rift a good few years ago, coming out in the hands of Evelyn, who it feels like he hasn't missed a beat.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like... a Udyr ban, interesting. Now what there is really good research done by the teams. We've had actually, I've been looking into themselves, into the team chats, so much scouting, so much OPGG scouting, so much research has been done to figure out what are these enemies' comfort picks, because that's the main thing you want to take out in these best of ones. We want to take out what they're the best at, because we don't have to worry about, relying, as you mentioned, and I think it was an earlier game, we don't have to worry about the best of threes or the fearless factor or anything of the sort. As I'm wondering if we might get another ADC takeout. No, it's that famous Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, in the hands of Doraemon, I think that's a very smart. Even Evelyn, you'd imagine, he's being a little bit targeted by that. Oh, look, we can't let them know that we're real people. Hello. We're locked in a dungeon talking about esports, and that's all we'll ever do.
I just sort of realized of myself, like I am in this like tiny little tomb, and there's darkness all around me, and all I care about right now is what my beautiful ADC Violet is about to pick as we get a Neferi. That's going to be a jungle Neferi. I'm calling that now. Jungle Neferi. Oh no, it's Coach Ray.
He's slipping into the void. Oh no. No, okay, yeah. So Neferi comes through as
that's Coach Ray. Baby,
consumes my co-caster. Yeah, they're really just putting him in the dungeon right now. There is.
Give me 1 second. Give me
That's
one
it. The
sec.
illusion is shattered. We're real people. We have rooms. We can see sunlight. Ziggs coming through. The UNSW Hal. Hello is trying desperately to fix the mess created by his own hand. Oh, we go to the wide shot for it too. Vi picked up from Marvin in the jungle. Now, Hello, there is the possibility this is a mid or a bot lane Ziggs in theory.
Yes. There's a chance. We've been seeing a lot of bot lane Ziggs recently, actually, in this meta. You know, APCs are so potent. And I'm going to tell you right now, I will take a gamble and say that is an ADC Ziggs, because running Ziggs into that coach rank Neferi is just asking for danger. Yes, you've got the satchel charge for a bit of disengage, but once he hits that ult, if he just hits that invulnerability, the moment you proc that satchel charge, you're dead to rights. It's got to be an APC Ziggs. It really has to be.
Leona, Israel, a pretty classic bot lane duo of the past. Pretty safe, pretty stable for Violet, and Bulldog is going to allow them to do a lot. Gives a lot of space in the form of Leona, a lot of great range poke from this Israel as well. Not quite the same to match a Ziggs, of course, but at least some that you're going to be a real damage threat when it comes to the later stage of the game. Karma comes through. So Ziggs Karma potentially on the cards in that bot lane. At least the Karma is going to be there for Slip.
Yeah. I do want to ask you real quick, Panda. Neferi into this Vi doesn't seem like a traditionally good matchup for Vi, I've got to say.
I think you're less focused about the straight head-to-head in the jungle and more worried about doing what Vi does best, which is just get on someone, lock them down, and make it really, really hard to play.
Yeah.
So I don't imagine Marvin will be looking to skirmish all that heavily around the scuttles. He'll just be doing his farming, looking for ganks where he can, trying to match even if possible. Rumble banned away from Doraemon in the top lane. I'm not surprised even in the slightest that they've taken that away from him.
Yeah, a really strong pick, like a very, very powerful pick that you're not going to be wanting to give over, as we also ban through the Jax. No Jax top to be dealt with. Getting out a couple top laners here in terms of Ornn and Jax. Rumble's gone as well, and Bess is gone as well. We're going to be falling onto the sort of end stone picks, your classics. We might get a Renekton of sorts, potentially.
Potentially. Just trying to think what other angles there could be. Top lane you're looking to avoid.
Could we get a Scion? A Scion wouldn't be terrible into the likes of a Ziggs, no?
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably not the most fun game.
No.
but even still, Zaheen, taken away. Yeah, just something that is a little bit harder to get through. You tank to the top lane, you get Cassante potentially. Obviously, once you drop the ult, you're a little bit easier to get through Ziggs. But yeah, Scion, something on that line, definitely be an option here.
I'm really wondering if we're going to get something of a safe... Oh, and there's the Cassante ban. Man, top lane is getting slim right now. The likes of which are getting slim. Going to have a really strong pick to round out, honestly, both of these comps. I'm wondering if we'll get something of the likes of a counter pick into the Neferi, in mid lane at least. Or, oh no, I was dead wrong. Okay. That is a Ziggs mid.
Now, I mean, it has been played in the past, traditionally in the likes of Azir. Just because it is a champion that Ziggs does punish quite heavily in terms of that matchup. But
yeah,
I definitely wouldn't have called it. Obviously, there is a lot of confidence. Genie Gold, the Jarvan coming through.
Listen.
Okay. So either this is the Fury top lane or mid, and Jarvan jungle, or Jarvan is playing. Okay.
The
Akali mid. I'm calling Neferi.
No. It's got to be Neferi mid. It's got to be Neferi mid. That's Coach Rank's best pick. It's got to be Neferi mid. It must be Akali top.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not unheard of, for sure.
No. I do just think, once again, there's a chance that I'm wrong, but I really do think this Neferi into Ziggs, that was a first Neferi pick. You're countering it with Ziggs. I really want to keep my eyes on mid lane.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, there's the Scion. Top lane. So the Fury mid, Akali top, Jarvan jungle. Okay. So Rank has given himself a bit of a challenge, for sure.
Certainly. Getting through the Scion is going to be a bit of a tricky once we get to late game with just the likes of an Ezreal, Akali. Should still be a very interesting. Whose comp do you prefer here?
UNSW Hal, unfortunately.
Yep.
Especially the lockdown for Rush Hour 4 is very, very bot lane skewed, in that Bulldog has 3 of the four and a half, technically, if you want to get real specific with the Cataclysm lockdown abilities. Whereas UNSW HAL has CC upon CC upon CC to their disposal.
Yep.
And look, I don't know. Whatever the case may be, hello. Final game of the evening here for week 2, day 1 of the Oceanic Resurrection Tournament. And Rochelle for looking to capitalize on the success of its predecessors and live up to that legacy. They've got a tough task out of the draft.
Yeah, we'll see if we can live up to that legacy in terms of big shoes to fill. Taking a quick look at runes here, we've got a couple lot of conquerors here. Both the conqueror on the Neferi. Now, I actually love this. It's pretty typical to go the electrocute on the Neferi, especially in the mid lane. Going the conqueror is really keeping in mind that Vi and Sion. We want to be extended trades in these late game team fights, but we've seen the potency of a Karma. Are we going to have a good time against this Karma Sion? And yes, I really want to point out quickly, Ewin's gone the Dark Harvest. He's gone the Dark Harvest.
Okay, so angling towards a significantly more aggressive Jarvan build. So
he built it last time. I'm so excited to see. I'm going to call it now. You're going to get a Profane Hydra. You're going to get an Axiom Arc. It's going to be the most aggressive thing you've ever seen in your life. I said he was going to play an aggressive jungler. He's going to make this traditionally non-aggressive jungler aggressive.
Oh, the Ewin Lethality Merchant. Let's see. It did not lack for damage. That is the main thing, and they could try and run it out that way. I think the problem being is you don't have the most reliable tools to get through Starduck when it comes to crunch time. Israel, again, not the greatest when it comes to shredding through tanks. And Fury does have some success, and well, I think Akali, Doraemon probably going to struggle just a little bit.
Yeah, Sion is traditionally quite a tricky matchup for Akali, especially once you get that Doran. You come to lane with that Doran shield. Akali is a good in terms of, it does have the highest base, one of the highest base regens is really good for survivability, but Sion has so much just sitting in lane power that it's hard to get a lead, and that's what Doraemon really wants to look for, a bit of a lead to transfer and take out some of these more important members such as this Ziggs or Severe. The bush control
stuff here from Violet and Bulldog.
Yeah, what do you think?
Jump into the tri-brush, looking for an angle. They are just going to come rotate down, look for an angle.
Wow.
Bulldog is here. They are looking for... They were looking for Rindy Rope, but unfortunately, the opportunity is not going to be there. As the spell shield was leveled up second. Oh, Genie in a world of trouble right now. Coach Rank looking for the tower dive, trying to pull something off. First blood secured. Is it traded back? No, the potion proc is just enough to keep him alive. And sadly, Marvin not there to trade it out. The solo bolo in the first 3 minutes.
This is what I wanted. This is what I said in draft. You have Coach Rank, one of the best Neferis on the server, and you're counterpicking him with Ziggs. I don't understand it. I really don't, because now he's got this pickaxe.
And now Evelyn's decided that the lane's already too easy for Coach Rank and wanted to assist there a little bit. But already, oh my lord.
Oh my god.
Genie Gold has just teleported back to lane. And he's down to 40% HP. And the one potion, oh, okay. They burned both, the flash out of Evelyn in the jungle. Fortunately gone, so not lacking for setup as a Jarvan core, but... Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile in the bot lane, UNSW Howl get the 2 for nothing. Is that Violet and Bulldog both fall.
I mean, if you had told me that Randy Rogue and Slick were gonna double kill on Violet and Bulldog, you tell me those 2 names, I would be shocked. I would say you're besmirching. But nonetheless, we're looking at it right now. Insane.
The kill threat with the Karma, I could definitely believe it. Would have been, I would have thought for sure that Violet and Bulldog would have played it a little bit safer, made that harder. But Randy Rogue and Slick make it look pretty easy work at the end of the day. And unfortunately for Genie Gold, while keeping up in CS is once again in prime position for another Coach Rank tower dive, unfortunately. Has to play this very carefully.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is the Neferi matchup. He can absolutely look for one every single time. I hate to say it, but this Ziggs health bar, he is in kill range, and we're going to need a counter game from this vibe.
There we go. Coach Rank looking for it. Does just reset that aggro onto the tower. Flash over the wall. Marvin's here, but Coach Rank follows like ships in the night. Coach Rank, though, doesn't quite close the gap, and Genie Gold, with the fadeaway 3-pointer, puts the dog down.
Wow, an overstep from Coach Rank, you know, a bit of overconfidence. Didn't expect that Vi to be there. And honestly, just a beautiful flash over the wall from Ziggs. Not the distance that you have or that you need. Honestly, really well played from Ginny Gold there.
Yeah, beautiful stuff at the end of the day. Turn that around. Going for the reattempt. Coach Rank, unfortunately, resets a bit early. Doesn't immediately flash over the wall and realizes can't keep pace with the Ziggs. There was nowhere to go. Either Vi is killing you or the Ziggs is killing you. But down in the bot lane, we're looking potentially for a dive onto Rindyroke and Slick. You can see Marvin is there, as is Evelyn. So 3v3 playing itself out here. Violet takes some significant damage off the back of that enhanced Karma Q.
Yeah, that mantra really does hit sometimes. I think Marvin seems fine giving up that Gromp, and honestly, they've got a nice, a small lead, but specifically in this bot lane, Karma Severe getting ahead, really devastating for the likes of Rush Hour's comp. I mean, those are two champions, like, yes, okay, that Scion becomes a bit of a menace to kill, but the Severe, when you're only shut down, in reality, is just a Leona or a J4 Cataclysm. Got to keep on track of that. Really got to keep on track of that.
The biggest problem is you're laning into an Akali. So Starduck is going to... Oh, here we go. Cataclysm is in. No flash available for either of them. They're in the Thunderdome. And the shots are ringing out. But Rindyroke and Slick managed to survive the summoner heal.
God.
Keeps them alive. And everything but the kitchen sink thrown at the wall. And it's not enough.
Where the hell is my bot lane's damage? Where is their damage? We hit a beautiful Cataclysm from Evelyn there, and they're both trapped in there, but there's just absolutely no damage on the side of Violet.
Retain time. Oh, Hex Flash over the Karma. Now Rindy. Poor Rindy falls to Violet. Looking for a double. Will get it as they juggle that aggro spectacularly. So it takes a little bit longer than planned, but they are rewarded.
They still catch it out. It's still a win for them, but yeah, it did take a slight bit of extra time. Coach Rank seemingly took a bit of a bad trade as he finds himself on 1/3 HP. This Scion Akali matchup, as I mentioned, it's just a bit of a nothing burger, really. Nothing much will go on.
I mean,
maybe
the
once
one
that Akali...
benefit for Rush Hour 4 is you're laning into an Akali as a Scion. So you are going to be building magic damage, like, you know, magic resist first. The rest of Rush Hour 4 predominantly deal physical damage. Yes, Ezreal is a little bit fraudulent, but you've got a Lethality Jarvan and an Apheri. They are going to rip through that Scion until he starts getting armor items on.
Yeah, that certainly is an interesting little bit of a matchup here. Do you know what's crazy? I played this Naafiri matchup. I was just going to say, he is in kill range.
Buddy, you have bitten off way more than you could chew. Has to jump himself away. Oh, but Marvin and Evelyn in the vicinity going toe-to-toe. Slick's here as well. Evelyn forced to flash away to safety. Coach Rank has to play this one very carefully. He's sticking around. Oh, here comes Bulldog. Turntables upon turntables. Slick's there looking for the root as Violet looks to join in on the action. Rindyroke, his support gets caught out by the Solar Flare, and it's just going to be a run down onto this Karma. Easy pickings as a fourth kill goes the way of Rush Hour. The third for Violet. They're looking for Rindy as well. Unfortunately, not fast enough to chase him down.
Yeah, nice little pickup for Violet there. That's going to be a... Ooh, it's not done.
Oh, Cataclysm under Marvin. Can he get away? No tools, but Bulldog claims it. Staunching out the Vi jungle.
Wow. And that, I mean, now we've picked up a nice little lead. It's...
Oh, and the bomb from downtown as Genie Gold sinks a big 3-point bucket. They're looking for another tower dive. Rindy's been ignited, rather. Zenith Blade connects, and Evelyn will get it. The tower aggro juggled spectacularly once again. Bulldog falls, so they get one back at the very least. But Rindyroke really being put under the pump. What an ult to land from downtown. Cease and desist is there. Marvin connects. Now Violet, he's looking to be shut down. True Shot Barrage leveled up. But what can you do with it? He turns around for one, but it will be Slick collecting all the taxes from Rush Hour 4's side of the rift.
It is so... It's crazily close. We have another really pretty dive going in on this bot lane, but it turns so bad because Marvin's there to capitalize. And yes, you do have the skills of this Ezreal to still capture out a kill on him, but it does go in the favor of Howl here. And if we're looking at the gold, only a 1k lead to the side of Rush Hour. It is a close game. It's anyone's game right now. It truly is.
All right. He's struggling a little bit into the Sion matchup, as you'd sort of expect. We'll get to a point where he kind of just wants to go sideline and avoid the Sion as best as possible. Wants to play the team fights and try and look at these assassinations to get some of the likes of Rindy or Slick or Genie Gold. Right now, I mean, 7 kills apiece. It definitely feels like it should be a much more decisive game, but it's very volatile. It's going to be Solar Flare. Slick's being caught again.
Holy. Ooh, another dive?
Oh, no, surely not. Shield does collect the shield bash, juggling again that aggro. The power of this Leona able to soak so much punishment from that tower to enable his jungle and bot lane.
And I asked you about it last game, Panda, in regards to how Ezreal should play, and you said they have to get a big lead. He's got a pretty big lead right now. He's got a pretty big lead.
Absolutely, 2.3k gold and shows no signs of slowing down at any stage. Bulldog has taken some punishment. There's no real threat onto him at this point, especially with Evelyn coming in, sitting in the back pocket. Slick needs to be very careful. Does have the flash, so would be able to get out of a Cataclysm or a Solar Flare. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Rindy.
Something I'm a little bit surprised of.
Oh, Marvin. Marvin's been caught. He doesn't have flash either, but they're looking for the turnaround. Center blade goes wide. In comes the bomb. Everything's missing here from Hal. They turn it around into the Cataclysm. Oh, no. This might be an egregious overstep. The cleanse out. Violet's about to fall. Marvin collects that shutdown. And now Genie Gold on the hunt, spots the dog, looking to put him down. Marvin jumped on by Coach Rank, will get his one, looking for the reset, but I don't know if there's anywhere to go. Jumps onto Rindy, it's a dicey affair, will be finished off. And the gold swing, not massive, but the momentum shift is huge.
It really is. In terms of tempo, it's turned completely on the heads of Rush Hour. We've just shut down that Ezreal, and guess, we're still, a pretty decent amount ahead. But now we're going to get some plates. We've got a nice little lead we've collected ourselves, at least in this bot lane. It's turned back around.
The Hubris. A well-appropriate name for Evelyn here, who... Yeah, he's going to look to try and do his best on the Startup. Gets Medic Smash, forces the flash away. That is 100% a win if you have Startup run out. Gets the grass proc even. Yeah, that is a win. He should be able to collect some of this wave as well in the zombie form. Look, honestly, if I'm UNSW Hell, I would have left him to his own devices and just gone to contest something meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, that was, honestly, you sort of leave the Scion to proxy. We do have to give a bit of a mention to the fact that, yes, Evelyn does have a hubris, so every kill does mean you go up 2 AD, or however much it is. I believe it is 2 AD. And so that does play a role, but yeah, probably not worth it, especially considering we're giving up Cloud Drake over for that. We're not even contesting it. Even with the likes of Violet bot lane, we have such a dominant lead in the bot lane. Are we really allowing dragons to just be taken from us? Certainly a question.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a significant win condition in the current state of League of Legends. They will get themselves grubs in response, so it's not like they're completely flattening in terms of those neutral objectives. Will at least help this Ezreal take towers a little bit faster. He's not the quickest of tower takers. Does do some decent damage, yes. Those grubs will accelerate the process even further, try and match the Ziggs, who one of the best tower takers, or executors rather, in the game.
Yeah, I've got to mention as well, I sort of didn't give this Genie Gold their dues here. In fairness, the just lock into Neferi is so risky, and especially after witnessing that solo kill early game. But they've really come back. I mean, they dropped that explosion on Coach Rank, picking up that kill, just a straight solo kill, and have furthermore survived the lane. They've pretty much survived the lane. Laning phase is pretty much about to be over, at least the early stages of it, once it hits about 15. And you're leaving with a pretty nice CS amount. You're leaving with your Seraphs completed. Oh. This Ziggs has done really well.
Rindy is having a rough time of it. 50-odd CS down. Cannot even approach the wave because Rank is down here. Has to wait for it to crash into his tower. They should know that Rank is still in the vicinity. Oh, tries to steal the Gromp away. Unsuccessful. Still, not first item completed here for Rindy. Is a very grim position to be in.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I mean, if we're keeping track, you're going to have to stick around for another maybe 20 minutes before we see 3-4 items on this Severe. So stick in for the long haul.
Buddy, you are in well behind enemy lines, and that is an easy kill for Genie Gold. The setup there with the cease and desist from Marvin. Yeah, look, that's a dangerous spot to be in at the best of times.
Very confident from Evelyn there. Completely no vision in that old jungle there. So a crazy play, but captured by UNSHL. You cannot underestimate any of these players. Not a single one. Never know what they'll pull out of their hats. Sion top lane still pretty boring in terms of gameplay.
I mean, look, he's scaling up. That's the main thing. The bigger he gets, the harder he is to deal with that front line that he can then off the likes of Genie and Rindy Roke. And especially for Rindy, I think that's exactly what you need. You need some big, bulky disruption factor in all of these team fights to allow you to actually do damage. Does finally have his first item online, Rindy. 30 stacks left on that cult. He's just waiting for the wave to come in. Doesn't want a quick push, and he wants these minions to keep collapsing into him. Unfortunately, Rank is going to have something to say about that as he marches down this bot lane.
Yeah, Coach Rank picked up that Eclipse, has a Dirk inventory. He's a pretty scary customer at this moment. He'd probably full rotation wouldn't completely one-shot this Severe, but would certainly get her close and
Slick
might
and
be out of
Marvin have
position
no
here.
idea that Rank is here. Okay, they've spotted Rank now. This is a dangerous spot for him to be in. Will not have the flash available to him. Cease and desist not quite off cooldown. So they won't be able to confirm that kill onto the Neferi, and Rank breathes a sigh of relief because that could have been a very, very disastrous kill to give over. Unfortunately for Genie, well being hunted is 3 members of Rush Hour 4 converging around this mid lane tower.
We're still keeping up such a nice gold lead. We've got a 1.5k gold lead over to the side of Rush Hour, but UNSHL is holding on as the Rift Tail gets popped.
Oh, Evelyn is well deep. They're looking for the kill on to Genie. Gold survives, but here comes Doraemon in the top lane. Just ganking from that red side brush. 1-for-1, bot lane for mid. They're going to find a follow-up as Doraemon falls as well. So the 2-for-1 going the way of Marvin and this UNSW Hal roster. Triple kill for the Vi. The Root going to be coming down on a Bulldog with nowhere to go, trying to shield through it. Stun comes out, but they do decide better of committing to a dive in an over-ambitious play once again. Turning around to punish Rush Hour 4.
Wow, I mean, that fight looked at the start of it so good for Rush Hour, but it turned completely in their favor. Evelyn popping down that Rift Herald. There was a single misplay here. Watch the Rift Herald. It bumps into the wall and allows just this disruption that would have completely turned the team fight, because I already know Evelyn would have ran that Rift Herald around, knocking all of these members up, allowing for an escape, allowing for the tower to be taken, but that slight misstep allows for a triple kill over to the side of UNSW
well, and he's knocked up, knocked back, knocked into the dirt. Marvin claims a 7th kill this game as they turn their attention to Dragon number 2, 17 minutes in, and Starduck, the big bad bouncer on the Scion, playing spoiler, denying them an entry to that bot side river. He's going to go for the old hero to Violet. What a catch! The bomb lands, and Genie Gold sinks yet another 3-pointer here. Just dunking all over. They look for the turnaround. Big engage from Rank. Finds the one. Looking for Slick as well. They get 2 back. It is a big turnaround, but in comes Genie from beyond the grave. The martyrdom bomb on the ground to claim a turnaround kill.
Genie Gold putting out so much absurd amount of damage in these fights, able to catch out Violet there. And the thing is, while this fight is good, the most important fact of the matter is that's 2 dragons over to the side of UNSW How. We're giving away another objective. Evelyn not in position, none of the members in position. They can just collect this dragon for free, and at the same time, being able to pick up Violet here, a really, really good double combo for the side of UNSW How.
What a call between Genie and Starduck. And look at it. He throws down the mines, dies, and all the while, this poor Jarvan. Oh, okay, well, they found Slick. I think that's going to be the easiest target for them for the rest of the game, unfortunately. As the Scion is going to get harder and harder to kill, Genie's going to be doing so much more chip damage.
They certainly have been catching him out a lot. They want to look again. Look at this,
Genie.
this aggressiveness.
No flash, drops the bomb, dissuades the 2, but unfortunately the rest of Rush Hour 4 waiting to intercept. Unfortunately, a poor recall timing there for UNSW Hal punishes it.
Coach Rank Neferi picking up the Serpent's Fang. Going to be very good into this. Likes of the Karma. Got the Vi shielding. Is there 2 Serpent's Fang? Wow, Evelyn as well. Picking up the Serpent's Fang. Burger complete. Good stuff, really good stuff. There's a lot of shielding on the sides of UNSW Hal. Scion shielding, Vi shielding. There's going to be the Seraph shield from the Ziggs and as well as the Karma shielding.
The Ending Despair now done for Starduck, so he's going to be taking slightly less damage from both sources. Mid tower tier 1 goes the way of USW Hal, who have just eked out about a 600 gold lead right now. Doraemon fighting into this Scion. Having a rough time, but here comes the reinforcement. Starduck might have to burn Flash and ult to get himself out of this, because you can see Dore stacking in front of him, trying to deny the ult away, but here comes the reinforcements. Are they going to look for it? Here comes the Vi, looking to turn it around, but there's just not enough damage. Flag and drag through, but it's well deep, off the money. Now suddenly, Evelyn's in a terrible spot, so is Coach Rank. Starduck gets his one on the Dore as they look to turn it around. Coach Rank running for his life. Here comes Violet and Bulldog, cleanse out, but Rindy Road, look at the damage that he's just taken. Can they somehow make this happen? Slick as well in a rough spot. There's TP available for Starduck, so he's looking for the quick recall and the teleport back in. In comes the bomb from downtown! The dog has been put down once again. Rindy now being turned around on Marvin, the hero that this UNSW Hal team needs. A double kill to secure the ace.
That is an insane turn. I gotta glaze this Ziggs. The absolute explosion directly onto the face of Coach Rank. Starduck buying so much time, but all the while, Maven putting on so much, doing so much, hitting up 10 and 3. This Vi is all over the map everywhere. You're trading Slick for it, but who cares? We're doing so much. What an absolute insane game. The goal differences on both sides have gone up and down. It's another roller coaster game here, Panda.
Sacrifice begets success, and if Slick has to lay himself on that altar, he will do it time and time again. And Marvin reaping the rewards, Genie Gold reaping the rewards, both sitting on about a 2,000 gold lead each, resulting in what is now a 3k gold lead for Hal. Dragon number 3, a minute away, and Bulldog looking to get that vision. They're trying to stop his avenue out. The Zenith Blade would have been a death sentence for sure. Looking for the turnaround play on the Genie Gold, but Marvin plays spoiler, denies Evelyn the way in. Now they're looking to turn on this Jarvan. Marvin connects the ult, and it's going to be another kill going the way of the Vi, and the Vi does stand for violence. Looking for an angle on the Violet to chase him down, but it's a message sent in blood. They leave the Israel and walk back to clear the way.
Another big win for the likes of UNSW Hal. This gold lead growing ever larger, and now we're looking at a Baron. They're wanting to end this game and not give Rush Hour any chance at staying in or coming back.
I mean, at a certain point in everyone's career, retirement has to be considered, and there's no point in making another Rush Hour movie. Jackie Chan, he's had his day. Chris Tucker as well. They need the quiet life now. They're no longer the youngsters they once were, and much is the same for Rush Hour 4 being put to the sword by these young dogs in UNSW Hal. Dragon number 3 on the cards, and Coach Rank going to start it up. But Genie's here, as is Starduck. They look to get that mid-lane priority, and Rush Hour 4 know full well that they can't stick to this Dragon.
You absolutely can't, but that's going to be third Drake. We're going to be looking at one more on Soul Point. It's this lead that UNSW Hal has really crawled back from. I mean, we saw the likes of this Ezreal Violet having so much gold and having such a lead. It's completely turned the tables. A couple really good team fights have completely turned the tables, and we're going to get a Mountain Drake as well into the likes of this Ezreal, into the likes of Coach Rank Neferi.
Yeah,
the chances of Rush Hour coming back. Yeah, isn't that insane? The chances of Rush Hour coming back here, they're going to need to pull off a miracle. They really are.
Oh, the quintessential fraudulent Israel damage. You throw it out all the time, but at the end of the game, he is going to end the game with the most damage, and unfortunately, it's still potentially going to look like a loss right now. Baron's still up and available as they look to shove these waves in. And one Dragon more. 4.5 minutes till a potential soul on a Scion, no less. And this UNSW Hal roster is looking large and in charge.
I really think, I said it.
Marvin.
Said this game.
Oh, no. He wants it. He is 100% bodyguarding his mid laner right now. His job is one and one only, and that is lay down his life so that Genie Gold can do what Genie does best. Oh, the true shot from Lockrage only lands on the cannon, and with it being baroned up, it does near negative damage.
I said this at the start in the draft. I said everyone needs to just predict the fact, understand the fact. This game isn't going to go as you predict, as you think it
they
is.
found Violet. They look at the angle. The bomb lands again, and this Israel can do naught but watch death flash across his face. They take the tower. They're looking for the base. Coach Rank doing what he can to try and disrupt the rest of the Rift state. But this might just be the end. This might be Hal looking to close out the game while their base falls. But it doesn't matter. It's only a tier 2 and a tier 1. They're looking for the Nexus right now. Crashing away the tower. They're looking to finish it here. Looking to deny Rush Hour 4 a sequel. In comes the Solar Flare, but it's off the money. Bulldog taking so much damage, as is Doraemon. Sends it deep into the team with the Shroud. Coach Rank's here as well. Cataclysm. That's one. They've held the base defense for now. Genie Gold can't do much as the entirety of Howl fall. It's just Starduck and Marvin. They've got themselves the one. Beyond the grave, there's Dore. Marvin again. A magnificent turnaround play. But in comes Violet off Respawn. They might just do it on their own. Marvin and Starduck. Rank just gets some HP back. The Sprite is there. He's taken out 4. They're looking for it. In comes Starduck, but it's a shutdown. Going the way of Violet.
Gonna look to collect this last kill here. I mean, once again, this completely describes how this game has gone. Back and forth and back and forth. They do get to hold on for breathe life. Is Starduck gonna get out? I think he has just enough move speed if he dodges one or two of these Qs.
He's dodging the slow. The shield is big enough. He's got enough in terms of resistance. Yeah, Violet, he can't. He just can't afford to leave this wave state. My goodness, what a fight from Hell. Marvin again putting in the hero's journey to try and turn that one around. They very nearly do.
Absolutely insane game. I want to say, no one expected this. No one expected this. You have the names of Coach Rank, Ewin, Doraemon, you got Violet, you got Bulldog, and to be put on a pedestal, like that, and then to have them thrown off by the likes of UNSW, Hal, Maven, Genie Gold. Such good coordination from this team. It's insane.
Well, Hal might need to change their name. They could be Fraud Watch in a moment. They are really, really in the driver's seat right now, and they've got that foot hard on the gas pedal. They've got so much control. 90 seconds till this Mountain Soul, a minute 40 till that Baron. There is a very real possibility that Hal could give up a dragon to take that Baron for themselves. When you look at it, Rindy Rogue had such a rough early game. Now 3 items deep.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. I said it. Whereas in, like, we're going to have to wait.
Oh, here comes Marvin. Violet again. He's about to go down to Genie. He is a non-factor. Rank denied by the Satchel Charge. It's going to be a cleanse out from Rindy. They've cleared the forces of Rush Hour 4. It's just Rank alone, and he can't get it done. Genie plays his life for the team, and they're going to send it to the bot lane. UNSW Howl, roar, and take the lives of all members of Rush Hour 4.
I cannot believe that they have just turned this game, such a disastrous start, into a golden win. A golden win. We can look at the gold graph. Look at how far ahead at that time Rush Hour was. And they've completely turned it around. A beautiful performance from everyone involved on UNSW Howl.
A massive game into some massive names, no less. And UNSW Howl continuing that momentum from our last game. A stacked roster. Doesn't even begin to describe what they were playing into, but they played their League of Legends, and it did them right.
I mean, this is an insane game. This is a perfect example of what TOR is. I'm looking at their drafts. I'm looking at their names. I'm looking at these names, and I'm just thinking, there's no chance that this game is even going to be close. I'm so sorry, but there's no chance this game isn't going to be a complete stomp. And my head is completely turned around. Coach Rank Neferi being counterpicked by this Ziggs, by Genie Gold Ziggs, to then go on, get soloed, and then completely turn around and dominate that game. The amount of bombs, the amount of damage put out in these fights was frankly absurd. And Maven himself, imagine laning or your laning partner being Ewin and still being able to perform so well, getting every single objective, being in every fight, every counter gank. What a game, Panda. What a game.
Yeah, and I mean, Marvin exceptionally making up for the trough that was Rindy Roke, unfortunately, in the early game, who was just put down time and time again. Marvin was then the one to step in, fill that void, allowing Rindy to get to the later stages of the game, get those items online, and still drawing such significant attention. I mean, it was a masterclass in what Oceanic will and just tolerance can be. You could be under the pump, you could be facing impossible odds, you could be staring down the barrel of a short defeat, but if you don't give up, if you stick to what you know, it can result in something like that, which was nothing short of miraculous. And as we welcome Viola back, you've been sitting there watching, waiting. What did you make of that game?
Honestly, especially with the way that we were coming into this game, like Rush Hour 4 were incredibly favored, and to just see how the game ended up like unfolding.
Yes, sorry, I'm not getting any interview, any sound. Sorry,
it's all right. Streamed it. I think it's a Discord.
No.
Oh, that's our bad. Dearest apologies.
It's right. There was a moment for Vi in the stream. It's fine.
No, that's okay. No, but the bump, I was just talking about the bombs in general, like being able to land consistently throughout it, and just having to hear you guys' reactions. It's so funny because obviously I can hear you guys on the side, and then watching it in the stream as well. It's just so much animation, and which is really good to see because like this entire series, this entire tournament in general, like we are looking forward to these games. We're looking forward to these players, and again, like how solo queue like pans out here in the Oceania region, like you can never count a team out entirely, and that's exactly what we all thought. Like everybody was talking about how well Ewan was going to be playing in Rush Hour 4 in general. Like we were glazing every single one of these players, whereas UNSSW, who are these guys? Like who are these people? And look at these results now. Look at how we're faring so far in this entire tournament. So all these games, like as you called it from the beginning, Helen, we had Kamimaru win, and then Rich Dynasty, and then Blue Panda. You called it as well. High heel steel toe boots. Like that's just how it goes. And as well with the amount of experience UNSW would have had with their university games with others, like they've clearly just come out on top as well.
Yeah, I mean, we start the night with 2 expected results, and then it was just upset after upset to round out the end. That's kind of the pinnacle of League of Legends esports. That's exactly the sort of thing you want to see.
Yeah, and these group stages, it's so crazy to see Hello.
I just think, like, is this not OS for you? No one expected anything like this happening tonight. You just cannot expect anything that goes on in OS, and this is a perfect example. I mean, take a look at the complete upsets that's gone on. I mean, this game, I'm still in absolute shock. I'm in absolute shock from this last game, but this entire day has been none other than I could describe as beautiful. It has been a beautiful showing all around.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely awesome too, and just to be able to hear you guys being able to cast all through the games consistently, and being able to tell the story like so well for the Oceanic community. It's just been such a really great experience overall.
Yeah,
Can I ask a question real quick? I just got to ask a question. It's the most important question because this is such an interesting team here, the UNSW Hal. It's the classic question, the MVP question. What are we thinking? First to you, Panda. Who is your king? Who is the leader?
Is there anyone else you could say than Marvin? That was look. That was literally game making. Like if not for Marvin's intervention throughout that game, that it was an easy rollover that Rush Hour 4 walks away with. But consistently, not necessarily the champion or the player that you would have expected to step up and fill those shoes to be the one to get it over the line, but he did it so flawlessly in the face of so much threat from this Rush Hour 4 roster. And second, I mean, honorable mention, I have to say, goes to Genie Gold, who, again, targeted out time and time again in the mid lane, consistently hit some of the best Mega Inferno bombs that I think I've seen synergistically with that draft. They knew exactly what they were doing in the draft phase, and it enabled Genie to do so much damage. So, yeah, look, the entire team were phenomenal.
Yeah, I have to agree as well. Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed Maven's plays, and of course Genie Gold over in the mid lane. Like their synergy overall is just consistent, and you could see that as well. Like the experience you guys were talking about before the game even started. Like we can see that these players work so well together, and it's it's good to be able to like experience it in our own tournament. But thank you so much for the casting, guys, over these games, and thank you everybody else for being able to participate and being able to like show your support for this tournament. We'll be coming back again tomorrow. I don't think we have a graphic up for what teams are going to be playing in which order, but hopefully you guys are going to be able to come in and support us again and support your favorite teams as well. And we'll see you guys then. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.